Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Pubg Mobile African Cup. The teams are ready. The audience is ready. I know you are ready. The action is about to begin. Yesterday we had our first day where the RJCs, they were able to dominate, execute with their 2 chicken dinners. Right now, this is the cup that they have all been waiting for. Pubg Mobile African Cup 2025. I am your host for the day. That is the PTK Young Blood. But don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man Young Blood. 16 teams have been battling for this Ultimate Cup. Day 1, that was the best day for some teams. But day 2, we are expecting to see something different. Turntables, people using different skills, and people using different composures. That is what we are waiting for. But guys, before the action begins, before we all get to the action, let's get to the casters for some insight. So Priest, let's get to know what is going to be happening today.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, PDK, as well. It has been a beautiful ride. It is the PMAC 2025, the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, live from the beautiful city of Nairobi, Kenya. It is Priest, all the way at the caster's desk, and I am joined by Mitch. Mitch, how are you feeling? It's day 2.
I mean, it is day 2. I'm quite excited. We are about to crown the first African team that will make their way to PMGC 2025. So, of course, the mood is quite good. We are excited. We are anticipating a lot of things coming from the teams. So I hope they're all prepared. They got enough rest and are ready to conquer today's games.
Speaking of conquering, how did we get here, where we did have the online qualifiers that lasted from the 13th to the 20th of July. 48 teams qualified from that stage to the group stages, where we had 3 weeks of intense competition. 14 teams did take it straight off, and then we had another team join them to make a total of 16 teams in the grand finals, which we have here today. And speaking of participations, 8,000 USD is that prize money, with the first place team walking away with 2,000 USD, second place with 1,400, and third place with 1,000, spinning all the way down to 16th place for 50 USD. Big money, big prize pool, and a shot at PMGC. What more could you ask for?
I mean, yes, it is quite good, but to get there, you have to think about the point system, where we have the chicken dinner giving you 10 good points. The second place, of course, will be getting 6. At third place, you get 5 points. Fourth place, you have 4. Fifth place, 3. Sixth, 2. Seventh to 8th place, 1. 9th to 16th place, no points for them. And as usual, 1 elimination point. 1 elimination does get you 1 elimination point. So every team, I hope they have that in mind, because this point system is what is keeping them away from that prize pool and, of course, their way to PMGC. But when you look at the teams that are playing today, you have the RJC, Team Unique, Zeus Moris, you have Team Execute, Angry X, Smoke, 3 Crowns Esports, One Band Esports, Rescue Esports, 12 Esports, Zeus Finalboss, DKs, RRAGE Esports, Mo Esports, Rejects X, NEONRISING, and Mercenary Union. All the teams here are representing Africa from different countries. We have South Africa in the building, Mauritius, Mauritania, Kenya. The players from Nigeria, a lot of countries are here. But when we look at the overall ranking, I mean, it has been a very interesting day yesterday, where we had RJC bagging 84 points in total. Reject X not that far off with 72. Team Execute at 61. Rescue Esports 39, 3 Crowns, and Team Unique tied at 36 points each. RRAGE Esports with 33. Mo Esports at 26. I mean, where Reject X is and RJC is a very tight spot for these two teams. Team Execute not that far off with 61 points. It's going to be quite interesting what the teams are going to be doing for us today, how they're going to bridge this big gap that is already there. That RJC has really ensured that no one can get to them, and the DK is there with 25 at 9th place. 10th, we have 12 Esports with 22, NEONRISING at 11 with 19. One Band tying with the Zeus Finalboss, 18 points each. Mercenary Union at 16, Zeus Moris at 15. And unfortunately for Angry X Smoke at 10, I mean, Priest yesterday, it was quite interesting. We saw some teams getting up to 20 eliminations, and it was just day one. And now we're going into day two where everything might just be a little bit different for the team. So let's, I don't know what to expect anymore at this point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But, you know, we got a little taste of the action yesterday, and it looks like we have more in store for you today. 6 breathtaking, adrenaline-pumping games, locked and loaded. But before we get to the games, we are going to take a quick break, and by the time we return, it is going to be PUBG Mobile action, back to back to back. But we'll see you right after the break.
GT30 Pro offers the all-day full FPS system solution. The system, including 3 key components, MagJudge cooler intelligently balances power allocation, together delivering sustained peak performance.
In my hands, niko na power ya kuscroll new worlds into life. Nikilive 60 lifetimes every hour na mavida za 60 seconds. Ukiuliza what I'm doing on my phone, nitakushow possibilities in their billions. Siko hooked to my phone, niko hooked vile raia imepiga luku. Niko hooked to securing the bag from my sweat. Unachiki my smartphone, hii ni Digiverse, a multiverse. Hapa ndipo mi create. Kila space ina need real in na baki na stories. So, usiulize what I'm hooked to. Ask what I can hook you up with. Come over. Get hooked to Safaricom Hook.
GT30 Pro offers the all-day full FPS system solution. The system, including 3 key components, MagJudge cooler intelligently balances power allocation, together delivering sustained peak performance.
In my hands, niko na power ya kuscroll new worlds into life. Nikilive 60 lifetimes every hour na mavida za 60 seconds. Ukiuliza what I'm doing on my phone, nitakushow possibilities in their billions. Siko hooked to my phone, niko hooked vile raia imepiga luku. Niko hooked to securing the bag from my sweat. Unachiki my smartphone, hii ni Digiverse, a multiverse. Hapa ndipo mi create. Kila space ina need real in na baki na stories. So, usiulize what I'm hooked to. Ask what I can hook you up with. Come over. Get hooked to Safaricom Hook.
Yo, guys, I think they need a much bigger club than that. So, guys, let's give them a round of applause. That was Sarakasi dancers. And, guys, before the games are about to begin. All the teams are ready. I know most of you guys know of WOW, World of Wonder. So there's a big announcement that is going to be made. And let me invite to the stage the head of Pubg Mobile Africa Publishing. That is Brian Goo. Guys.
Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Goo. I'm head of Pubg Mobile Africa. It is really nice to see so many Pubg Mobile players gathering here today and enjoy the event. It is really an honor for us to bring Pubg Mobile African Cup 2025 to Kenya, Nairobi. And other than that, actually, we have 3 amazing programs that we'd like to share with you. The first is the World of Wonder program, which is a map designing program. Just imagine you can design your own map, a map of Kenya, a map of any other African country, share your culture together, and you can play it with your friends and share it to the global players. That is great. But other than that, there is $10 million annual prize pool waiting for you. So please join it. And next is our PDP program. That is an art design program. If you are talented art designers, you are willing to design those beautiful, awesome screens with the African culture, you can design it, put it in our game, and you will also have a prize pool of $1 million annually, globally. So this is your time to shine. Just move quick. And last but not least, that's the Next Star program. That is a content creator program. No matter who you are, even you are followers, you are influencers with 0 followers, you can still be part of it. The only thing we need is passion. So just do some like Pubg Mobile related content, publish it on TikTok, on YouTube, on any social media platform, and you can enjoy a global prize pool of $6 million. In the past several years, we already helped thousands of influencers to grow bigger and bigger in those platforms. So we are waiting for you. So not only, no matter if you are creators, you are content creators, you are designers, or you are just even passionate Pubg Mobile players, you are all very welcome to join all these programs. And together, let's shape the future of Pubg Mobile in Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, so guys, he can't exit like that on stage. Let's give him the factorials. You guys remember the factorials that I taught you guys yesterday? Yeah, the one you start with 1 finger, then 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers, and then the whole hand extended. Are you ready? Yo, are you ready? After this, we are having the first game. Are you ready? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Woo! Thank you so much, Brian Goo. Right now, let's head over to our casters priest as they take us to the first game of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime, showtime, showtime. Pubg Mobile Africa Cup 2025. It is match day 2, and we are about to head straight into Sanhok, the first map of the day. These teams, they did have Sanhok yesterday. We saw a little bit of chaos, a little bit of action, and now we are going to see more of the same. Mitch, what are you expecting? Any teams to keep your eyes on in this first game of the day?
Of course, there is. We know how the teams are feeling now, seeing that they already played some games yesterday, and as you can see, again, we will begin with Sanhok, and then game 2 will be Erangel, game 3 Erangel, game 4 Erangel, 5 we will have Miramar, and then we'll be closing the day with Miramar as well. So what I'll be expecting is just like yesterday, we'll be having a surprise on which team will be giving us a chicken dinner, and once they do that, I believe it will cause some tension between the players. They will start figuring out what are we going to do. But I know some teams, we had, I believe, that is Team Execute getting game 1 chicken dinner. So that led them to continue trying to get another chicken dinner. But we saw how the table stand. So again, my expectation is more 50-50. You might be seeing something new today, or we might just be seeing something similar to yesterday.
Okay. I hear that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is PUBG Mobile action at its finest. It's the PMAC 2025. It is Sanhok time. It is action time. And we are in the air. Execute took the first chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok. They played it very slow and steady. They looked very comfortable on the rotations. But the only thing is they did not bag that many eliminations. So that kind of trails in comparison to how many points they could have amassed if they did get a little bit more aggressive. But remember, it is all about survival of the fittest. And we are going to see if that will be the case this time around. We do have a little bit of a northern to south, maybe I'll call it southeastern playing path, just cuts right across there. A little bit of Paradise Resort, just east of boot camp in there, something towards the area of Docks and Kampong in the mix as well. Some teams will be heading to Camp Charlie. So we do have sights on the #1 team in the lobby right now, RJC in the air, trying to play from the southern side. NEONRISING as well, deep in the south. Early rotations, you can see most teams trying to settle in, playing from that western side. There is going to be a lot of chaos from that position, as the all dependent on what the play zone says. But for the most part, right now, Hathin does have some bodies in there. It looks like Unique and More Esports about to repeat, or rather give us a repeat of what we witnessed yesterday. A little bit of a back and forth between the two Mauritius Titans. Will that be the case this time around, Mitch?
Probably. I mean, there can only be one tenant again. They only have to pick one team to survive here in her team. And More Esports and Team Unique have decided that they're going to be battling it out over and over again. But as they do that, we have some early fights. Dybala is down. One band trying to go in for that push. Deidara waiting with the DBS. We know how lethal it is, but then again, DKs. They are not really having a good time today. Two of their players are down. Tony, we know him for his MVP skills. As we spotted as well, trying to get the revive. And now Hancho, one man standing, will be forced to go against one band, waiting for that chance. Elsofke in the hand. One band is going in, quite stressful for Hancho. And unfortunately, first team to be eliminated. Even the game it is just starting, Priest. And the Donkeys have already found their way back to the lobby.
Pushed all the way back to the stables and muzzled as well by one band. Unfortunately, the Donkeys losing out, currently sitting in 8th place. We'll see them drop a little bit lower if the other teams at the bottom will have a little something to say about that one. But one elimination they did manage to squeeze through, but still a ways from top 7, currently occupied by RRAGE. Unique on the other side now, trying to deal with Vortex and the rest of More Esports. And these are two Mauritius teams going head-to-head. We saw them do this yesterday. Didn't really end well for either team. They suffered some casualties after a little bit of an exchange. But I think they may have learned something after that. They are trying to prove a little bit more stubborn. I will not give away my drop location for you, and neither will I do the same. We are starting to see how that will play out going forward. But Demonic plays a little bit slower. Gives more intel to the rest of his teammates there. Swaps through, does have the S12K just in case, ready to let loose some shotgun shells into the atmosphere. And Kaish will play a little bit forward. Again, we did see more of this yesterday, back and forth, one team forcing the other into a corner, but then it did look like more like an ambush. And one team walked into something else, and it turned into an entirely different thing. But let's not forget, Mercenary Union from Kenya is on the hillside. They are entirely aware that there's two teams in this area. And, I think they might be waiting for something to brew out here, and maybe possibly third party.
Yeah, third parties always pay off, waiting for someone to make one small mistake. And, of course, Mercenary Union will be having a very, very good day here for the first game. But yet, for More Esports and Team Unique, just like yesterday, it seems like Mo and Unique do not want to take on this fight because one of the teams might just be forced to go back to lobby, which will be too soon in this game. So let's just wait and see what will be happening in her team. Unique is being forced to go in for that push. They are more aggressive at this end. And compared to yesterday, since they decided not to go about it, they were the ones who retreated from our team. This time round, Mo Esports will have to face the wrath of Team Unique because they need these elimination points. They need to have Mauritius flag in the comment section. They need to make Mauritius happy. And if that means taking on their fellow country maidens, then why not? They will be waiting to see whether that's going to be the case or not. But on the other side of the map, it seems like Team Execute is already losing players. One of their teammates has already been taken down too early in the game for them as well. But then Team Execute has decided to retreat from that fight. A very good call coming from them. Early fights are never a way to go to if you are looking to get at least more points before today comes to an end. Remember, Priest, we are finishing these games today. So as soon as you get to match 6, and they have not really been able to execute what they were looking to do, it will be a very sad day for most of the teams, not just one team. Most of the teams right now are looking for that chance to make it to PMGC. So everything they do now till the end of the games is very much important.
Too important to ignore. It looks like a Unique knocking on the door here. Potential chaos in brewing here. Grenade in hand. It looks like one may have just been launched over to the top, and Zekro manages to escape, but Demonic is not going to be so lucky. And Glixie's there. We talked about the third party for Mercenary Union, and they have pulled up to the scene. And Zekro, unfortunately, will not be so lucky. He's sent back to the lobby, be the DBS, and Lee QZ will take one away. All the way through, the third party is coming in clutch. Kenya is in the building in the disguise of Mercenary Union, and they are absolutely tearing it up. They've managed to steal a couple of eliminations away from this, but Keish was able to put 2 in the bag for his team, and Mo Esports are down to just a single player. I'm not sure how he will manage to make it out from that engagement, but hopefully he will find a way through and allow Mercenary Union to deal with it there. Angry Smoke almost getting caught out in the open there. They will be traded off by Final Boss. God Z gets the knock over to the northern side, and that will be trouble in paradise. Angry Smoke have to think twice now because they do have a player knocked away. They will have to think of how they want to circle around this and keep the pressure off. But Team Unique, on the other hand, they are still under siege by Mercenary Union, and that will be the end of the road for Mo Esports. They will be going back to the lobby, slowly but surely. And Smoke, on the other hand, lying in wait and not waiting to lie. Aspect with the S12K banks it over to the corner now. And Kairos immediately hops out from the buggy. Will try his best to make it happen, but the longbow is there. And another S12K shot cracks the shield and breaks the skulls. One by one, Angry Smoke. They surely will be going to bed angry now, as they have all been swept away. All but one will keep the flag flying for the South African team.
That is a very interesting fight there. I mean, Zeus Finalboss initially were making it quite hard for Team Execute, but then now as soon as they left their place, they encountered another team, and that is the Angry X Smoke. We know what they're looking for, and that is basically a chicken dinner and as many eliminations as they can. But as they do that, Reject X there will be going in for that push. Another early fight here for Reject X. Yesterday, they managed 19 eliminations. I'm not sure if they're going to be doing that as well today, but as you can see, Rage, Esports, Lazy, or trying to get something happening there. Lucifer is down, the DPSs are coming to play, and our Rush God, 2 players remaining. Anos is also in the building. Lazy with the damage of Rush God. He is trying to defeat there, trying to avoid this fight. But then there is another team closing by as well. Anos really pressured at the moment. The teammates are down. 2 of them in lobby, Lucifer and Paradox. And Rush God is not having an easy time as well. A lot of damage has been dealt on him. So let's wait and see what will be happening there up there. Mercenary Union, they might be looking for a comeback. We'll be trying to get Unique all the way back to lobby. Kaish as well, swimming his way to Legacy. Legacy being spotted by Ali. Perfect space there, the red. That's good damage. But then Legacy is able to get some good cover on his name. But for now, Mercenary Union are looking to make Kenya proud. They're trying to get the comeback here against the Team Unique, but then we have a very dangerous Snake coming closer to them there. I mean, one small mistake, and Mercenary Union Prison will be taking Z-God with him there. Kaish being exposed as well. Mercenary Union is getting that comeback they're looking for now. One man standing, Team Unique there, Hulk trying to get the damage. But then for Team Unique, they need to figure out what next year legacy. One player standing, Mercenary Union, a full team. And this comeback will be quite lethal for all the teams. They want to make a huge jump. And if it's making it to where RJC is, might take a lot. But let's see if that is going to be happening on the side for Mercenary Union today as they try to finish Team Unique off.
Looks like Team Unique are not feeling too unique. Clash is swimming in no man's land, but Glixi unfortunately rotated a little bit too early there. Legacy will catch him off guard. Mercenary Union will pay the price. No protection for Glixi. He goes back to the lobby as well. And Cash will succumb to his injuries. He will be going back, joined by Z-Guard as well. One apiece, but 4 eliminations for Team Unique. They did manage to accrue some points over that exchange and how thin it has consumed a little bit more than it's worth in utilities here. We're down to just 3 bandages for the last player for Team Unique. Hopefully he manages to make it out of there, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. On the other hand, speaking of cases, Rejects are trying to beat the case here. Anos has fallen all the way towards the south, tries to find a better spot and a better angle to protect his teammate from, but it's not looking like that will be working out. Double RG also looking for a way through here. 35 points amassed so far, and they have lost a player in this game. Currently sitting in 7th place. 3 Crown Esports in a bit of a diamond split going on here. They do have RJC in front, so they have to be very careful of how they will want to play this though. A little bit of intel has been fed through, but they will be taking shot after shots now. Another open space. RJC cannot afford to lose out here. Legacy, unfortunately, will be swept away. Nasser gets knocked away by Quilla. And 3 Crown Esports, they're putting the screws right now to RJC. One by one, they may be falling out. Nasser swept away to the side, and RJC will be a man down. And it's an unfortunate scenario, getting caught out on rotation over to the hills.
They are quite lucky. I mean, they have lost one of their best teammates, that is Nasser. But as you know, RJC has good synergy. Baby, Reverb, and Shiva. In a trio is not really an easy trio to go against. We know how good they can get. But let's just wait a little bit longer to see if that's the case. RRAGE Esports spotted Shiva. That is a rookie mistake there. Shiva is down, and our Reverb and Baby will be forced to get at least something happening here. Get some distraction on the players from RRG before they can get their revive on Shiva. But as you can see, RRAGE Esports, they are not letting Shiva revived. Oh, this is not looking good for RJC. Shiva, basically the man of the match yesterday, more than once, is down a little bit too early for the team here, but we all know it's not always as it seems. Baby and Reverb need to get that comeback, otherwise we'll be saying goodbye to RJC as early as now. But for now, RRAGE Esports are sitting quite comfortable, 3 eliminations to their name. They can still make use of that. They can wait till maybe the placement points are enough and try to get more elimination points. At the end of the day, I keep on saying it, everything you do at this point is very much important. NEONRISING getting spotted by RC. I thought that was going to be a good knock, but then NEONRISING missed that by a second, and 1,000 aura will not be farming this aura from them. But as of now, it is going to be very, very hard for NEONRISING to make their rotations without the teams from Reject X and Rescue Esports supporting them as they make the rotation. But then Ara from Zeus Finalboss does support Rescue Esports. I do not understand what is happening in Sanhok today, but it seems all the teams are yet to understand what they need to do to get better in this first game.
Chaos is a ladder. And who will climb it? That is the question. NEONRISING, on the other hand, getting caught out, but they are in the blue zone. They are out of the blue zone, a little bit closer than they would like. Their vehicles going up in flames, courtesy of Rescue Esports. 1,000 aura, putting too much pressure on them, destroying their vehicles, pinning them inside of that little compound. And 3 Crown Esports, on the other hand, do have RJC just up in front. A little bit of a split between them. Baby on the left-hand side and Reverb on the right-hand side. Now it is a matter of making the right call. These two are still very, very dangerous. RJC cannot give up this compound just yet. They will be caught between a rock and a very hard place because Zeus Esports are still up north, and the moment they break out, they will be broken into. Nexus peeks out again, almost getting dropped off, but Baby gives away his location. Grenade immediately immediately in hand. Nexus pops one over to the window, tries to circle through, and that's a beautiful stun grenade. Blinds him. He doesn't see. He has to hop outside. And baby, now is an open opportunity for 3 Crown Esports to break the deadlock. But Zeus Esports is up on the hill. They have to be careful. Quiller's out in the open. He might be exposed, and Reverb is trying his absolute best to keep the pressure off. Baby immediately goes prone, but he's spotted by Wizard, and he's tasked to cast the spells. The first one over to the top side. RJC in trouble, South Africa. They're next, being breathed down into 3 Crown Esports. The pressure, they're mounting it, but Quiller has been spotted by Zeus Esports. He falls down to Fabian, and now their attention is going to be divided. They have to wrap this up. They have to deal with this. But Reverb has the angles there, and a beautiful spray will get the job done. Over to the side, and Merrick will be getting dropped away by Reverb, but not this time. Nexus is there again to save the day.
Oh, that was amazing, but unfortunately for RJC, they're down. But as they do that, Rescue Esports, Kenya, that is Team Execute. Rashiano waiting for Shaki to make a mistake. Grenades are getting cooked up here. Rashiano is quite tensed here. You can see how he's moving around, trying to figure out what he's supposed to do next. Nades coming from 1,000 aura, almost getting a Kobe there on Shakid, but then the nade doesn't really connect yet. Teams are taking each other down. RRAGE Esports, Reject X, back to lobby. South Africa's teams are in lobby now, but that is not the end of the day. There is the time for them to come back here. But Team Execute is also losing numbers. Every single team at the moment is going down players as they try to make their rotations towards the safe zone. It is a small map. Everyone is literally everywhere. You have to be at the right place at the right time to farm all these eliminations. But as you can see, NEONRISING playing it safe. No one is coming towards them. Everyone is in chaos, apart from NEONRISING. Unfortunately for 3 Crowns Esports, they have been eliminated as well after the amazing play there against RJC. But as of now, it is going to be them joining in the lobby just to plan what is coming next. But as they do that, 12 Esports, they have a team right in front of them. That is RRAGE. And for Ara, trying to get something happening against Rescue Esports. A nade might just be a Kobe there on him. Oh, it does not go as planned there. 1,000 Ara farming himself down. And now Shaki trying to get closer to his teammate. The nade there, trying to confirm his knock. But then Ara is trying to go in for that push. S12Ks always do the magic. If you're good at this game, S12Ks always do it. And Ara, being aware of what just happened in front of him, does confirm that elimination. Ara waiting for his teammate to get closer. Kairos might be joining another team in the lobby. But for RC, are feeling lucky with that elimination. That confusion on the players from Zeus Finalboss is what they need to decide what is our next move. For RC, it is not looking good. One of their teammates is down. Zeus Finalboss today have a plan, and it's somehow working because the pressure on these teams is quite high. I am loving what is happening today here, Priest. We can no longer decide that it's going to be RJC, Execute, Rejects. We cannot say that because the tables have suddenly turned in the first game.
Turned indeed. And we have seen, if you notice, it is the teams placed 10th to 15th that are still very much in it here. And they are adding points, but it looks like Godzi will be getting dropped out immediately. Mercenary Union have started to pick up the slack one by one. Godzi will be getting flushed all the way down, and that will be the end of the road. Prison will lock him up immediately, but they are out of the zone. They will need to make an advance and get themselves into a better position. 12 Esports still in front of them. They will have to decide if they do want to play it straight or play it safe. Ara from Finalboss still making his way through over to the other side. They're playing in from the west. Big opportunity to make a right call here. Mercenary Union, they could raise Kenya's flag all the way through to that chicken dinner, but it's a big, big risk. And Prison falls as well. They exposed to Pyro and the guys from 12 Esports lurking on the roof of the shacks in the corner, exposing them one after the other. They are falling side by side. NEONRISING, it is their turn now to feel the brunt. Double RG up in front, sealing the deal one by one. And OPM and Finalboss, the last two left for NEONRISING, trying to make their way through. But they have dropped significantly lower on the leaderboard, and it's starting to hurt the concept. One band still inside of boot camp, haven't made too much of a move at all. They are looking very confident, but the play zone has shifted. Zeus Esports playing in from the southwest, looking very, very comfortable. And a big rotation from them could close this all out. But let's not forget, 12 Esports dead center in the middle of all of this chaos. They have eyes and ears all over the entire map, and they have protection being in that building. But Faker falls to the zone, and they have been spotted one by one. And Shaki from Rescue Esports also mounting the pressure, playing in from that western side, trying to make their way into the zone. And there will be a big opportunity for them to circle around. But now 12 Esports have to make sure they get their players back up and keep the pressure off themselves. You can see the horse riders already in full swing. Back to full. Zeus Esports trying to make their way into the zone. They have been spotted by Rescue Esports, but Shaki peeks out. He will be warned. And again, Logic will seal the deal over to the other side. Jump shot, tries to connect, misses the first through, and he doesn't miss the third. Ali QZ for Mercenary Union will not stop the chaos. Feigns over to the left-hand side. Big shots, right shots. Mercenary Union drop another one. One band will be disbanded by the Kenyans once again, and Mercenary Union will hold on.
Oh, that was a good play there from Ali. At the moment, it looks like it was impossible. But as they do that, RRAGE Esports taking on NEONRISING, and we have another team there being eliminated. 6 teams remaining, and Zeus Moris is looking quite confident. They have the numbers, and they're making it to the zone. But all they need to do is take out RRAGE Esports. Rossini waiting by the window. One small mistake, and it's going to be GG's for them. But for Mercenary Union player Ali, the zone will be forcing him out here. But he has time to figure out what is coming here. Are we going to be making that rotation? But as he does that, 12 Esports has been exposed. Ali getting his first knock there, but then Zeus Moris watching from afar. Have been able to spot Ali, but then Ali spots them as well. And Thagar does get the damage. Is trying to smoke it out here. But honestly, for Zeus Moris, the rotation is long needed, because now we are getting to shift, and it's only a few seconds in, and we'll be going into the 8th phase of the zone, where it is going to be harder for all these teams. So then we have Zeus Moris going in for that push. 12 Esports in danger, and we have Fabian trying to go in for that push. That punches from RC. Shaki, fast player, is down. 12 Esports is lucky. Rescue does that the thing, and the MU together with the players from Zeus Moris will be joining each other in lobby, because as you can see, we only have one man standing, that is Logic. And the sprays from RC will be making it impossible for that push. Rosciano, the S-Soul in hand here, trying to go in for that push. 12 Esports, the nades. He is quite low. The first player is down there. RC losing numbers. And Spiky, one man standing, is down as well. And now only 2 teams in this compound. That is Zeus Moris. We have Logic patiently waiting, snaking it out here. 12 Esports player, look at Rushini snaking towards another snake. It can only be one snake in this game. Logic has been spotted, and now Rushini, he will be waiting for that chance. It is a 1v4, and you have the player there basically mauling his teammate. And now Rushini will be taking advantage of this there. One player is down. Rushini immediately goes in for that push. He knows what he needs to do. He needs to get the players down, but then unfortunately 12 Esports, they're not letting this slide here, and we have the first win in a long time. The change is finally here.
And you can see what it means. 12 Esports chicken dinner, a long time coming. And you can see exactly what it means to them. They know that they still have it in them. They are still in the running. There is still a chance for them. It is not over just yet. Well-deserved, absolutely incredible performance. We saw it, they were in the center of the circle, and they kept their composure. They had eyes and ears all over the entirety of that position in that Sanhok space, and they played it to perfection. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is just a taste of what is to come. We have seen 12 Esports finally get their first chicken dinner, finally the first one for their country, and it is well-deserved, well-represented, but we are expecting to see so much more in this last day of PMAC Grand Finals action. But Mitch, you've seen it, you felt it, you saw what it means to these players, but take a look, the MVP, Ali QQZ.
I mean, Ali does deserve the MVP title. He survived the longest for Mercenary Union, 6 eliminations to his name, a damage of 734, 4 knocks, a survival time of 19 minutes and 57 seconds. Basically, Ali, his team was not there to get the chicken dinner, but at the end of the day, he was there for the team. He had to do what he could do, take on a team by himself, do not disappoint MU, and he did exactly that. Big up to you, Ali, for that good play coming from you. Match summary, we have 59 eliminations from the game, 16 headshots. Longest elimination from our MVP, that is early, 275 meters away, 1 vehicle elimination in the game, 1 grenade elimination as well, and only 2 airdrops looted. It has been very interesting. Honestly, it was the first game of the day. We have seen the biggest change, seeing 12 esports coming in and surprising every single person in this arena, from the people watching online to here on ground in Nairobi. Big up to you, 12 esports. Well played. You have deserved the chicken dinner. We cannot wait to see what 12 esports has in store for us in the next coming games.
Absolutely. But there is so much more to come, so much more to be done. And 12 esports played that absolutely perfectly. They did everything right. They kept their composure. They didn't risk too many bodies outside. And they got themselves that chicken dinner. And it's going to be a big, big opportunity for them once they see the leaderboard and know exactly what is required for them to finish very, very highly on that top draw. But, you know, we've seen exactly what we need to see from the most part. But, you know, the teams that have gotten this far, they know exactly what they need to do. There's more to cover over to the side there, but we have loved every single minute of it. And they have tried their absolute best to put the pressure on the rest of the teams that are currently sitting on the top of the leaderboard. So, you know, we will be seeing if that is going to be the case.
I mean, of course, everything is about to change here. Most of the teams have a plan that we do not know about. But of course, as the day progresses, we'll be seeing what their plans are. Which teams are we going to be seeing go up the leaderboard? Because we are not yet done. 1 game is down, 5 more to go. And we all know that is a lot of games to make a change. All you need to do is be consistent, get your chicken dinners, be as good as you can be. Make sure everything does work out for you and your team.
Absolutely right. But big game from Rossini, though. He looked like he was about to do something very, very nasty in that final third. But it looks like they were ready for him. But, you know, 12 esports with a big, big game and a big, big win. I believe that is 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner, 20 points to the good. Their best performance so far by a mile. And finish was the one with the highest amount of damage, almost roughly 500 in damage points. Followed quite closely by Saitama and Pablo and Des were in the mix as well. Big numbers for them, 20 minutes on the clock on an average. And they did do an amazing job of keeping it together, keeping all of their numbers up until the final third, where they did have some pressure, the Molotov and all that chaos that ensued towards the end against RRAGE, but it did not derail them from standing on business 10 toes. 20 points to the good, RRAGE with 15. And in second place. And in third place, we do have Zeus and Mercenary Reunion sharing it 11 apiece. Rescue Esports also sharing 9 points apiece with 1 band. And the guys from Unique with 4, 3 Crown Esports with 2, NEONRISING with 2 as well, DK with 1, and Rejects X with 1. But, you know, RJC, Execute, Angry Smoke, and Mo Esports, unfortunately, no points on the board for them in Sanhok. But they still have 5 more matches to redeem themselves with. That is something that we've absolutely loved so far. But right now we've seen RJC 84 points as they kicked off the day. And Rejects X with 73 in second place. Execute also with 61. Nothing much has changed here. But our Rescue Esports, RRAGE 12 Esports, that chicken dinner now puts them into serious conversations for a top 3 finish. And now Team Unique dropping down a couple of notches, but 3 Crown Esports still in the top 8. Still looking solid, still looking for a way to at least get into the top 4 or into the top 3 if Team Execute do not keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they really have to put their best foot forward. For MU, they also have got 27 points tying at Zeus Finalboss. Well played for them. DK is tying at Zeus, and Mo at 26 points. 1 band 23, NEONRISING at 21, and Agri X-Smoke at 10 points so far. But as you know, from the streets, they came to the stage. Africa's finest don't just dream, they outplay the rest. with GT30 Pro in hand, you could join them at the 2025 PMGC Buy Now with Infinix. So make sure you take on that chance. But as of now, we have enjoyed game one. It has been very, very exciting, amazing plays from 12 Esports. But of course, it is just game one, 5 more to go, and things might just be a little bit different.
Absolutely different. But ladies and gentlemen, like Major said, Sanhok is done. Erangel up next. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the PMAC 2025. We'll be right back after the break. Showtime once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup, brought to you by Infinix and PUBG Mobile. Action, and more action. It is still Priest on the mic, and I'm still here with Mitch. Mitch, we just saw Sanhok. We're heading straight into Erangel. What are your expectations?
At this point, if I say my expectations, I am going to be disappointing myself. So what I can say is we're about to be surprised again. Seeing that already a new team got the chicken dinner. We have not seen the teams that won yesterday's games even get into the top 10. So I think even for game 2, we might just be surprised again. We might be seeing the teams at the bottom half of the table trying to get their points back up and maybe change what we have been seeing, expecting, what we've been planning. At the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and we are not sure who that winner is going to be.
Well, only one way to find out. The party is going to Erangel this time around. Match number 8, or match number 2 of 6 for today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful city of Erangel, or rather country, call it. We have a very interesting playing path all the way from Milta Power, cutting across Milta, Shelter, a little bit of Rozok, Yasnaya, School, Shooting Range, and Saverni in there. If you do love your prison and mansion, this is the playing path for you. But now these teams are going to have a little bit of an interesting thought, as they will be circling back and forth with whatever the play zone decides to put in front of them.
It is quite interesting that we have a team like RJC has decided to change their landing spot. But as we talk about this, we have to give a big shout out to Infinix GT30 Pro, the official gaming phone of PMAC, the power behind every chicken dinner victory. And here's the exciting part. Everyone here has the chance to grab a special limited time offer The GT30 Pro is going for only $38.99, and every buyer could win up to $38.99 cash back. So don't wait. Rush to the Infinix booth right outside and get your phone. For now, we have Poliana looking good for the teams. They have some time to loot here for more esports. Have DK been spotted. We saw DK has been eliminated as the first team in the first game. And this time round, it seems like they're looking to continue with that streak. So far, one of the teammates already has been taken back to lobby. We can see Deidara has already been damaged as well. Luckily, has gotten time to heal up. But as the game continues, I think DK is thinking through. Good play there from Tony. And he has the knock on Mo Esports, making sure to confirm it. A very interesting way of confirming. And one elimination to DK's name. And now Mo Esports. Tony quite angry with what happened last time. And he's ready to take on the fight here. Amazing damage. And they'll be going in for that push, waiting by the stairs. Another player is down by Tony's spray. And now Mo Esports. The pressure is there. Oh, luckily 8 shots is there to save the day. Now Hancho will be trying to go in for that push. Tony has time. If his teammates do finish this fight quite first, they will be able to get the revive. But they seem to be scouting out the building to see where Tony is hiding to ensure that Tony goes back to lobby together with their teammates. But for Tony, he needs to stay a little bit low for now. DKs need to think fast on their feet. The nades are getting picked up by Hancho here. He needs to make a Kobe. Otherwise, DKs will be going back to lobby as they continue with this fight. Unfortunately, Tony there has been spotted. And now Hancho and Deidara trying to get their TTs up here for the fight. But it's not going to be an easy fight. At the end of the day, Mo Esports as well has an agenda. And that is being the best team from Mauritius. So they will be doing what they have to do to keep Mauritius flag up. DKs, on the other hand, they need to make Somalia proud in the comment section. So this fight is lying on their shoulders for Somalia. Mo Esports Vortex trying to get closer. DK is waiting by the door. I'm not sure what Mo will be doing here, but then one small mistake will make it a very interesting day for either of the teams. And now Vortex using Tony's strategy here, waiting for Deidara to lay idle. But then Deidara is aware that Vortex wants to do what his teammate did previously, and is not going to let him slide either. All the players here looking for a chance. Mo Esports has all of the players down, and now Vortex, last man with the S1 waiting, and finally the Donkeys will be redeeming themselves. Finally, DKs, they will be surviving long enough to continue raising Somalia's flag.
Big play from DK. Unfortunately, Tony was the sacrifice that had to be made for the greater good, but they will go out with 4 eliminations and 4 points added to their tally. And now they are in the top 10. Potentially a chance for them to get into the top 5, into the top 3 lies within their hands. Can they take advantage? It looks like one band won a piece of the action as well. That's a perfectly lobbed grenade, just a little bit too early. One band trying to break the silence here. An angry smoke down to just a single man. And unfortunately, Switch U did try to get the drop on. But the rest of his teammates too far to do anything about it. Aspect and 629 just out of touch. And one band will have to claim this as they do stumble upon a single player. MLK on the other side playing in from the west. He does have a grenade in hand. He's launching one over the top. But unfortunately, Switch U will have his lights turned off, and back to the lobby he will go. And one band will enjoy this little compound just the east of farm that they have found for themselves. They're wrestling away from the guys from Angry Smoke. And unfortunately, they're too far out of reach to do anything about it. Doesn't look like they want to commit to taking this spot back away from one band. And we can see that it is going to require a lot of utilities and a lot of planning if they want to take the spot away. Doesn't look like that will be the case. But NEONRISING, on the other hand, do have a little bit of a horse riding gimmick going on here. And 2 of them will have to circle back, finding themselves in school and holding it out, but it looks like they've got Unique up in front. This could be something special. Cage plays off behind, the big spray from Z-Guard over to that position. Well, will he commit? They could be in a little bit of a sandwich here, but Cage will be left alone. He stops, and this could be trouble for Team Unique. Mauritius could be getting dropped off here. Z-Guard sprays over to the left-hand side, trying to run away, the Fast and the Furious, and they will be faster. They will get out of dodge for Neon Rising. They will not commit to this. They will get out of that position. And they will think twice about what their next objective will be.
I mean, Team Unique there almost lost a player. Neon Rising was ready to take on that fight, but then they decided not this time. A little bit too early for that. But then One Band, they do try and take in that fight. Amazing space from Aspect, but then he'll be taken down as well. One Band has the numbers right next to Aspect, and now the last teammate that is close to him is only MLK getting there. Might just be a long stretch for him. Neon Rising taking on Team Unique. Two of their teammates are down, that guy and Final Boss. And now two of them will be playing at last, that is Baby and Bobby. I'm not sure what Neon Rising's plan is. They had gone away from that fight, but then they decided to go again against Team Unique. But then MLK, finally with the comeback here, one of the teammates from One Band is down. A nade from MLK might just be lethal enough to take on the players from One Band, but he decided to retreat on that strategy, and he will be going in for a rotation. One Band waiting for a chance here. Titanos making a move with the vehicle, and MLK does leave that chance open, not making it easy for Titanos. He's trying again to get him knocked to the vehicle. It's not going to be happening anytime soon. MLK is doing a good job there dodging the vehicle. He is really moving around, and finally Titanos has been forced out of the vehicle, and we have one player standing, that is 629. Angry X Smoke right now should figure out what is my next move. They are down numbers. Three of their teammates, Aspect, 3-2, and MLK. Titanos going again for that push, some confusion here, and I mean one small distraction has Angry X Smoke back to lobby.
Back to the lobby. And Back to the Future, they will go again. They will try in the next game to add some more points. It's an unfortunate turnout for them, but they will have to deal with the consequences of their decisions and their losses as well. But they will think long and hard about the next objective they will try to play off. But right now, Team Unique smiling to the bank, 2 eliminations at the expense of Neon Rising. And let's not forget, there are teams still very much deep in the blue zone, deep in the south. The rotations will take them too far out into the northern side. Saverni and shooting range very, very much up for grabs. It is now a matter of who makes it there first, who is going to make the right calls, who is going to make the right rotations, and who will make them on time without having to suffer any casualties. These are the questions. Who will have the answers? But right now, Zeus Esports and Final Boss will be locking horns. It looks like Kairos will get Faker caught out in the open, gets him dropped away there. And that will be the first elimination for Final Boss. First point on the board for them. They've added that one to their tally. And that puts things into a little bit of an easier perspective. But they will have to deal on with Fabian, Thugger, and Logic adding to the tallies as well. Thugger trying his absolute best to put some pressure over to that north corner, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. They have lost a man, so they cannot afford to be overly going or overly aggressive, owing to the fact that they are now a man behind, or rather a man less. So they will think twice. But right now, Final Boss looking good. 4 players up with 1 elimination, courtesy of Kairos earlier on. And Rescue Esports on the other side. Looks like they will be running into 3 Crown Esports. Hops out of the vehicle, tries to switch seats to let the bullets fly, but unfortunately, they didn't get enough of that one. Looks like 3 Crown Esports and Rescue Esports may be locking horns here. Looks like they might be committing to this. Nexus plays a little bit slower to the other side, and this could be something special. Shaki plays on a little bit over to that south position, hops out the vehicle, gives that open space. And Spiky will have to think twice about how he wants to make the rotation there. Do they want to commit? Do they want to take the compound away from 3 Crown Esports? How many utilities do they have? Can they commit all of their bodies and all of their utilities to this engagement? 3 Crown Esports, they will retreat and they will claim that compound for themselves and play out of that defensive position. Double RG want a piece of the action as well, but Diedra is not going to be happening. He peeks out over to the right again, over to the side. First shot doesn't connect. We'll try the second shot, but unfortunately will not be so lucky. Husseini gets a drop on him, immediately punishes him, and that will be the end of DK. 3 Crown Esports now turning up the heat on Rescue Esports. Quilla with the Bison again. Quilla with the Bison, and now bygones will be bygones. Another one goes down. And 3 Crown Esports turning up the heat one by one. Rescue Esports, no one coming to their rescue. They have to run away from the engagement as Shaki will also bite the dust. And they will be down to just 1 man.
Zeus Finalboss, they are trying to get a car chase on Rashiano, who's hell-bent on not going in for this fight. He will be trying to retreat there, but then unfortunately Spiky has been caught, and now one man will be on a car chase, and that is 1,000 Aura. I'm not sure if he's going to be going away from them at this point. You can see Godsi there, the vehicle trying to get closer. Amazing space there from Aura, and 1,000 Aura has been caught as well, and that is it for RC. Rescue Esports have found their way back to lobby, and now with the zone shifting, unfortunately for RJC, they are very familiar with Severny, but for this game, they decided to land all the way in Novor, and the rotations will be needed. And as you can see, 12 Esports, Zeus Moris, 3 Crowns Esports coming in from the western side right now, trying to go towards the safe zone. These 3 teams might just encounter each other along the way, but then for Zeus Finalboss, 3 eliminations to their name, and they'll be using that for their advantage. They need to make sure that they will be adding at least a few more before the game comes to an end, but then have only 12 teams remaining, and we are just in the 3rd phase of the zone, everyone trying to find the best location to be in, and I'll not be surprised if we have teams holding the ridges just to make sure they are safe from any third-party fights, because compounds right now are looking quite good in the zone, and every team will want to ensure that they are the ones occupying this compound. But as they do that now, Zeus Moris sporting 3 Crowns Esports, Merrick chilling by the buggy, waiting for also Zeus Moris to make a mistake. But as they do that, Rejects they're sporting. Oh, that is Paradox has been taken down. Yesterday it was quite easy for Rejects. They had 20 eliminations, and I don't think it's going to be easy today because everyone has locked in. We have a goal and we need to make it PMGC, and now Zeus Finalboss again trying to take on Reject X here. There are a couple of teams passing by. They have a lot of players coming close to them, and they need to figure out, are we taking on this fight or not? Pyro with the rotations has a team right by the edges. Zeus Moris as well will be going towards a shooting range. A fight is yet to be brewed. But before that happens, they need to secure the best location as of now. Most of the teams are not even sure where they want to be. The zone has been shifting, making very intense calls from the IGLs, and it is going to be this way until the game comes to an end. But then Reject X player, that is Lucifer, trying his best, trying to make sure no one comes towards them. But as he does that, he does expose their location to other teams that will be making their rotations as well. So maybe we'll be seeing some third parties here and there. Team Unique, amazing sprays on NEONRISING, and Bobby's down. We know NEONRISING has only 2 players standing. Baby will be trying to get the revive, and Z-God with the buggy, I believe, will be going in for a rotation. NEONRISING will be feeling the pressure, and Baby will not be revived, and Baby will be surviving. 33 Baby in this game. Team Unique trying to get closer as well. They need to finish this off. Baby still holding the same shot. Legacy is not sure whether they want to go in, because there is a team closing in on them, and that is one band joining them in shooting range. A lot of things are about to happen here. A lot of teams about to be put in very uncomfortable situations. But at the end of the day, if you know how to control your nerves, then maybe this will be an easy fight for them.
It's all about the nerves. Can you keep calm under pressure? Looks like Baby will have no choice but to do the same. One band have decided to pull up from the southern side. A Mercenary Union with the same idea might decide to do the exact same thing. It will be a party, and it might turn into a very, very special fiesta in that southern side. But take a look at that. The play zone has shifted well to Savardi, the eastern side, and Double RG well blessed. And RJC in the south as well. 3 Crown Esports executes all of them, making the exact same rotations. It's trouble in paradise. It looks like something. Merrick gets knocked away by Shiva, gets instantly burned out. But Wizard is there, gets Shiva knocked away. Trouble for RJC. Now they're losing out. Another one goes down. Wizard, Quilla, the next one to go down. 3 Crown Esports and RJC locking horns over to the other side as well. Nexus gonna be the last one left, and that will be good night to 3 Crown Esports, courtesy of RJC, and a big opportunity for them to advance that position and get their better angles into the better side of the play zone. But Team Unique, a big chance for them as well. They are trying to creep in and hold more angles into the zone. The play zone has started to shift, started to force them out into the open and put them into much more difficult positions. Legacy, with his sights set on one band, he has to make sure that there's no enemies behind. Logic peeps out, just looks towards the left-hand side to spray in to get a couple of confirmations to where the rest of the enemies are trying to reside. Final boss also trying to make their way through. They are getting caught really out in the blue zone there. If they are not careful enough and make an early rotation, it could be curtains for them. Thugger finds himself wedged between the tires of his buggy trying to get his HP back up. And he has been under an undue amount of pressure. Arrow from Final Boss also has been spotted. These two teams have been locking it time and time again. And Team Unique as well getting caught out. Legacy had to be very careful there. That grenade is a warning. The next one will be a threat. And he might be hurt if he's not careful. Titan as well plays off a little bit closer. RJC caught out in the open again. Baby and Shiva knocked away. RJC, South Africa, in trouble at the hands of one band. And now they cannot add more to the mix here. RJC blown away. They will not add more points. One by one, they fall to the side. And Reverb has been knocked away. Hopefully, he will get picked up. But they are deep outside the blue zone. They will be hurt the moment the blue zone starts to shut down.
I mean, it is not looking good for RJC there. They need to make their calls as early as now before they start feeding on the blue zone. But as you can see, Team Execute as well trying to make their rotations. Teams have already secured locations. And Team Unique there will be going in for that push. Zerber will be forced to do something there, Frags, with the knock step. Then luckily, Mambe is watching this fight from afar. Two of the teammates are down. But then he has time here. He needs to get closer. He needs to do something. Otherwise, Team Unique will be getting the revive on Frags. They need to get closer. Team Unique getting pressured. Mercenary Union, third party in the same fight. It is not looking good at all. Team Execute, Mambe will be forced to smoke out the place here, trying to get the revives. One band will be going down as well. Titanos is down. The teammates trying to get the cover. Franco with the pre-fires, trying to get EXE Blade. The zone is getting damaged there, and Team Execute does lose Blade there to the zone. And it's getting a little bit more intense now. Teams are getting exposed to the zone, to the nades, the crossfires. Everyone is in the mix. No one is left aside apart from Team Unique player, and that is Kaish, patiently chilling in that shack because no one is going in for that push. MU on the other hand here, third party on these fights, getting as many knocks as possible. Mambe thinking on his feet here. He needs to get the revive. I need to find a location. What will be my next move? But as we all know, Mambe, one of the best players from Team Execute. He has been IGLing aside Blade, and he knows what he's going to be doing here, and immediately goes in for that revive on Shaki. Team Unique there, cooking up a nade, still thinking whether they need to throw it or not, but then this grenade might just be a Kobe, and Team Execute are lucky because that grenade was not cooked to perfection. But then as you can see, Frags are trying to pick up a perfect nade this time around, making sure it doesn't bounce off. The Molly does get the damage on Frags, but then the nade does connect a Kobe on Team Execute here, and they'll be chilling in the lobby as well. And now 9 teams remaining, and everyone is forced to figure out what are we going to be doing next.
Final boss thinking hard, thinking on their feet, but it looks like Cash is going to be the fifth victim that they will catch out in the open. Mercenary Union will pounce on the opportunity and wrap that one up. Glixie immediately puts the screws to him and sends him back into the lobby. They will not add to that extent. Again, they play off a little bit closer. Team Unique bagging one by one, but Legacy, how far will he be able to make it into the waters? He does. By the skin of his teeth, he will be able to hold on just a little bit longer. Logic immediately swaps through, bursts out the S12K over to the right-hand side, immediately goes prone to get his HP back up. Finish is pointing for his teammates to Pablo. Pablo, get rid of Logic. He's trying to heal up, but Pablo is also low on HP. There's only so much he can do. Fabian is there, peeks out, also gets dropped away by Pablo. Pablo turning it to Colombia immediately outside, pays over to the left-hand side, but the grenade does not connect, tries to play off. But unfortunate scenes, 12 Esports still wreathing off that chicken dinner. They will not hold off. And Logic now trying his absolute best to close this down. Jump shot is good. Over to the top and shuts it down. Pablo goes back to the lobby. Logic will reign supreme. Mauritius in front. And big opportunities now. We're down to 6. And Zeus Esports down to 2 inside. And there's too much pressure. Final boss trying their absolute best to keep the pressure on Zeus, but there's so much to look out for. There's too much space to play in behind, and Kairos is already signaling the rest of the team to circle back and hold the lines over to the southern side, still keeping their eyes on Zeus Esports, but they will give them an opportunity to advance a little bit closer over to the edge of the zone towards that western side.
I mean, Zeus Finalboss right now having the best time because no one is looking at them. And the other teams are getting a lot of pressure. RJC finally been able to get a compound. Nasser playing it safe right now. He's the only player surviving from his team. He needs to get those points up because Rejects X is not that far off. In terms of points, they might just be close, a bit close to where RJC is as of now. But as you can see, 12 Esports have surprised us again. Even though they haven't really gotten their second chicken dinner, they have been able to survive for quite a long time. And it is finally paying off. The hard work, the strategies are coming to play for 12 Esports. But as they think it through next time, for now it is going to be 6 teams still standing. RRAGE Esports over in Severny are not moving a muscle. Mercenary Union have been enjoying the most third-party fights ever. They have been getting as many eliminations as they can while people were taking on fights. So for now, it is going to be very hard for them to go towards the safe zone. Their time has finally come here. Teams are aware that this is a team that has been enjoying our elimination. Every time we get a knock, they confirm it. So this time round, Mercenary Union have been spotted and RRAGE Esports waiting on them, because they need to know what is going to be happening next. The rotations are finally taking place here. Zeus Moris in the vehicles are going towards Severny, using the shore to the advantage. Might just be a little bit safe for them, but as they do that, there is a team waiting as well. So one small mistake and we'll be having a Zeus Moris been taken back to lobby. Pew applying the pressure. MU is down. They're trying to get the revive and they have been eliminated. Mercenary Union back to lobby. 5 teams now. It is going to be a very hard time for all these teams apart from RRAGE Esports. They have the numbers and they'll be waiting for the teams to make their way to the zone.
It's all about the zone now. Who is going to make it out into the final third? Severny, big up into the northern side. They are trying their best to circle inside and get a little bit of breathing space here, but RRG will have none of it. They're keeping all of these teams at arm's length. Zeus Esports and Finalboss as well. One by one, they are taking them down and destroying their vehicles, making it very, very difficult for them to advance. Pyro with the shot calling all the way towards the northern side. He spots the rest of the guys from RRG, but there's only so much he can do from this position. But let's not forget, RJC are still alive. They have a man somewhere allowing the points to pile up, allowing the placements to go higher and higher while the rest of these teams eliminate each other. He is just going to hang tight and see how far he can drag this on. But for, as it seems right now, RRG, RRAGE Esports, looks like this could be their game. All they have to do is play their cards right. Finalboss and the rest of the teams also looking for a way to get inside and they're all getting forced by the play zone inch by inch. Surely they will be forced out into the open. They have some vehicles on hand, but you can see their vehicles are all getting destroyed. They know that they only have a little bit of space before that play zone will make that final push over to that Severny compound and the entirety of the city. Nasser from RJC still playing in behind as well. Rejects X still also have a man behind. All of them looking for an opportunity to crack inside the final third of the zone. The play zone is going to close. We're about to head into phase 7. This is where it's going to get much more diabolical. Logic's been spotted by Palabala, but a couple shots from the mini, not enough to crack the shield there. And again, Finalboss getting spotted out, but the Pyro still very much out of sight, but not yet out of mind. And the play zone has shifted. Zeus Esports will have to make that advance. They will have to make that push. They've got 40 seconds on the clock to make their decision. Will they move instead? Lucifer from Rejects X has started to creep into the zone as well. Rejects also an X-Force playing in behind that northern side. They do have a little bit of a position side by side. Finalboss also in the mix. They have not made their move just yet, but Lucifer has started to creep in and he has been discovered. Grenade from Nasser. If he can connect it, he might get the job done, but it's not enough. RJC have a long, long way to climb here, but it's been a magnificent job so far keeping their numbers to this final third, and it's all left to that man, Nasser. How far can he take them?
I mean, Nasser has been playing it safe. Very good calls coming from him here. He has been avoiding all the fights, and it is finally paying off. They have made their way to the top 5. Placement points might be a very good thing here for RJC. But as they do that, RRAGE Esports as well has the most secure place in this zone. still putting a lot of pressure on Pyros and his teammates, Zeus Moris as well. And we have finally Ara going in for that push, and Pubg will be falling for that Ara with a molly. A nade from Pubg might just be a Kobe on him, but then luckily for the player, the nade misses him and he tries to get more mollies towards him. But the players from RRG are finally getting closer as well. The nades are not really connecting. He's the only player surviving from Zeus Finalboss. One grenade from Bala, and we'll be seeing Finalboss finding their way back to lobby. Well played there from RRAGE Esports. With now just 4 teams remaining. The pressure is there. Zeus Moris are still safe. The zone is still hugging them. Somehow they can still play from where they are before anything happens. I mean, Severny is not looking good for anyone because Reject X is here, making it hard for Zeus Moris to make the rotation. Logic waiting on what to do next. Pubg watching this fight from afar. RRAGE Esports is enjoying this. They know they have the upper hand, but what they don't know is that Nasser is also enjoying this from where he is watching the fight. And it might just be a very hard day for all the teams right now. This rotation might just be the hardest so far in this game.
Logic has a sight line, but he has been spotted as well. And RRG, this could be their game. All they have to do is calma. But Pubg is looking for a way through. Lucifer also in the mix here. RJC still have Nasser. Big chance for him to play spoiler. If he can snatch one away from RRG, the game could turn on its head. Logic taking a little bit of a big risk there. He's taking damage and he's low on utilities. All he has is 8 grenades, and if he knows what's good for him, he might as well deny the points and toss the grenade in the air and fall to his sword. Deny the points for the rest of the opposition. There is no harm in doing that. It is all part of the game. It is a big call, but it is a right call at this stage. There is no way he makes it out of that tree without getting riddled with bullets. But RRG now have their sights set on 2 separate teams, 2 reject teams, X-Force and RJC. Can they crack this? Nasser still very much in the mix. Logic will deny the points. He will go out to the zone and now allow for our RRG to focus and see how hot this can get. But now, Lucifer with a sight line over to the right. He is in the zone. Nasser as well inside the zone. But let's not forget, this is a major threat. Lucifer and Nasser are very, very equal to the task. But now RRG have a plan in motion. Pubg already going up to the high ground to get a better angle. The play zone now is about to shut all of these teams inside of this tiny space. It is all a matter of who makes the right decision and who will make it in the right moment. That's a good grenade from Nasser, but unfortunately it is undeserving, doesn't get the job done, and he will try to circle back, bounces the smoke grenade off the walls to hide that position. He will try to make a rotation off. He's spotted and almost getting dropped away there, but he manages to circle through, does have the Bison in hand. He knows he's gonna have to deal with multiple enemies, and he doesn't want to run out of bullets a little bit too early, but he will think twice and he will think fast, and he's also making that move inside, and Lucifer is lying in wait, just allowing him to make all of the noise and draw attention to himself alone. He hasn't given it away. You can see Lucifer inching slowly, surely, but RRG, they have majority of the zone in their favor. Lucifer will succumb to his injuries, actually falls to Rossini, and surely now RRG will take that chicken dinner. Madagascar absolutely about to cook now. Nasser pays over to the top side, and that will be the chicken dinner. Well deserved for RRG.
Finally, Madagascar's flag has been risen, and RRAGE Esports have finally been able to get their winner chicken dinner. Well played, well deserved. RJC missed the chance that they had. Very, very slim chances. The numbers were not looking good for them, but for RRAGE Esports, Madagascar is feeling quite happy. So well played, well deserved. They had the patience game. Imagine if RJC landed in Severny. We all know that's RJC's home. But then RJC this time round landed in Novo and had to find their way to Severny. If they stayed in Severny, then maybe things will have been a little bit different at the end of the day. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. But, you know, it's all shoulda, woulda, coulda, and we'd never know what it would have been. But all the same, they did have a very, very strong game, a top 3 finish with some eliminations to boost in there. It's not the worst thing in the world. They did have a rather fantastic game, if you ask me. But It could have been so much better, but they still add some points onto the tally that they've already got. Same thing with Rejects. They also added some points there, but let's not forget, RRAGE are now in the conversation. Execute didn't get that many points. They fall off, you know, and it starts to pile up. It starts to add up. And the points now are starting to tally into the 60s, 70s. That is where you need to be at in this level if you're trying to compete, if you are trying to make it, you know, to 2025 PMGC. But big opportunities lie in the front lines. MVP is Palabala.
RRAGE Esports will only get a chicken dinner, but then they get the MVP of this game, and that is Palabala. 4 eliminations, a damage of 813, 3 knocks, survival time of 28 minutes and 32 seconds. Well played for you, Palabala. It is a good day for RRAGE Esports. That is going to be a good comeback for them. We might be seeing them making quite a big jump here in the overall ranking, so I hope that is something Madagascar is happy about. And for this match, had 58 eliminations, 17 headshots. Longest elimination is from Palabala, 314 meters. 5 grenade eliminations. I mean, this game we have seen people cooking, and we have enjoyed all those grenades. They were to perfection, and they did finally pay off for most of the teams. They got the eliminations, even though some cannot really talk about if it was a good day or not yet, but it has been an amazing game so far. We had the DKs. Quite unfortunate that yesterday did survive this early fight, but that chicken dinner did not find their way to them. That is always the next time. 2 games down. We're looking to have 4 more games, and maybe DKs will have a chance to get their points back up, but as of now they have lost a couple. For Angry X Smoke as well, the game is not looking good for them. They're trying to get their points up, but somehow they are always landing next to a team, or as they try to make their rotations, we always have Angry X Smoke being spotted. But it is, at the end of the day, a good thing that they have survived a long time, and they're really putting their best foot forward. They're trying to get the work in and probably get that chicken dinner before today comes to an end. A team like Team Unique, honestly, they had the zone, they had the location, but the pressure they got from all the teams making their way to the zone did get to them, and Team Unique unfortunately was eliminated before they could get a hold of that chicken dinner. Team Execute as well, they had a chance, but then, you know, grenades very much dangerous, and of course it did pay off for them, and they got themselves a couple of eliminations to Team Unique.
Yeah, you know, a good grenade from Frags, you know, to close that out, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And they will try their absolute best to lock in. But it's a good game. Nonetheless, they looked very, very comfortable in the way they were able to set that up. I have to respect it. But, you know, towards the final third, we saw Pubg get the job done. RRAGE getting that chicken dinner. Well deserved for them. Palabala, the MVP, and a total of 9 eliminations, 19 points. It's not the worst thing in the world, you know, once you add the points together. Everything comes together quite nicely. You know, 2 eliminations for Pubg, 3 for Chini, but it's not the worst performance they have had so far. They have been very, very solid going into that final third. 19 points. And RJC getting themselves 11 on the good, and it's a very, very solid performance. Final Boss also with 10 points. Their Rejects X with 8. Same with Zeus, Mercenary Union, and Team Unique. Points going everywhere except to Execute, except to Angry Smoke, NEONRISING, and Rescue Esports. But, you know, also enter the game and watch the live stream. Stand with your national team and fight for glory of your country. You could even win a free trip to Thailand to witness the 2025 PMGC finals in person. Palabala, top draw for him, you know, 95 points to the good for RJC, but still not out of the woods just yet. Rejects X still chasing down, 14 points away. It's not too far, you know, it's not too far at all, but they are very close to triple digits, but they are still not far enough. You know, Final Boss also in the mix there, 37 points, puts them in a nice niche into that top draw. It is all about the money now. Every single point you get adds you a little couple $100 in there. So you gotta understand how far will you get it done. But right now, NEONRISING and Angry Smoke still yet to crack the shield. But right now, take a look at the elimination leaders: Paradox, Shiva, Ali QZ, Quilla, and Anos. big players on the screens.
I mean, we will be seeing a very interesting plays today. But of course, we have been enjoying this game so far, so good. Game 2 is done. As we continue to enjoy, I wonder what PTK has in store for us after this game.
Yo, after an awesome game, we finally know who is the best when it comes to that game, the second game of the day. And guys, that was RRAGE ASTRANOVA from Madagascar. That is how we move it. They remind me of a song. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. Do you guys know the song? I like to move it, move it. Do you like to move it, move it? Do you know the song? Do you know the song? Anyway, guys, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Yo, I need everyone. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. I think I have your attention. So that was one of the best performances that I've seen. I've seen some solo survival tactics from the rejects. We have the Esports rejects. They have been surviving. And we know the better team in that game. That was RRAGE ASTRANOVA. Guys, right now we are going to that segment that you all love. And that is the lucky draw. And today, we have a very big influencer in town. He calls himself the best at Pubg. He calls himself the best at what he does. A big social media influencer that is on TikTok, 2.2 million followers. Instagram, more than 100K followers. We have YouTube, more than 100K subscribers. He is the man. He is the one and only. That is just DMs. Guys, a round of applause.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is DMS and I'm from Nigeria. Nice to meet you guys. I'm gonna be, do you have any questions for me though? Okay, so, well, I've been playing PUBG for almost like 7 years now, 6 years, because like there was PUBG Lite, if you guys know. So there was PUBG Lite and then there was PUBG. So yeah, I've been playing PUBG for almost 6 years now and then I've been actually enjoying it. So basically, we're gonna be doing the lucky draw today, so if you're a winner, congratulations to you. So yep, bring on the notes.
Yo, do we have Nigerians in the house? Nigerians. Where are the Nigerians in the house? We have the Nigerian players. This is one of your big influencers. It's just DMS. So he will be helping me in doing the lucky draw. And for this lucky draw, we are going to be giving out 3 PUBG Mobile backpacks. So make sure that you have your ticket. I know most of you guys know those tickets. You have your tickets? Yeah, the tickets, they have the serial numbers. I hope you have your tickets and you have mastered your serial number because that ticket will be the one that will be used in this draw. So guys, let's do the draw. Whoever wins the draw, please kindly step forward and receive your gift. Yeah, this is the first draw.
This one, right? Number 340. Should I call it?
So ticket number, that is the serial number 340. 340, ticket number 340. Who is 340? If you're 340, please kindly make your way to the stage. Yeah, let's do the second draw.
Now we got number 643. Yeah, 643. 643.
Yeah, 643. 643. If your ticket number is mentioned, kindly step forward and receive your present. 643. You guys don't know your ticket numbers. Very nice. Yo, so for the final draw.
I guess I'm going to be taking the prize home for myself.
For the final draw.
Number 179.
Yeah, ticket number 179. Ticket number 179. Yeah, if your ticket has been mentioned, please kindly step forward. If your ticket has been mentioned, kindly step forward. Yeah, for those guys that don't know their tickets, you guys need to be very, very vigilant.
Okay, guys, I guess I'm taking the prize off for myself. I hope you guys enjoy your, day, I guess.
Yeah, the numbers again. So we have the ticket number 179, ticket number 340, and finally ticket number 643. If any one of that is a ticket, please kindly step forward and take that gift. But guys, we are going to be taking a short break and see you. We were supposed to take a break, but guys, don't worry. So this is the TikTok DM. This is the man himself. He's just DMS. The man, a very, very good influencer. If your ticket number has been mentioned, kindly meet us right now. And let's head over to our desk for the game 3. So Priest, let's go.
So I hope all of us have had these. I want to talk about something though.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm pretty sure all of us have had this experience. They're going to be like...
The Steve mic is still right there. Yeah, I know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PMAC 2025. It is Priest and game number 3. I'm here with Mitch. We're looking good. This is the GT30 Pro in my hand. It's looking very, very sleek. I think we're taking some selfies. Looking legit. Looks really nice though. Yeah,
it looks really nice.
But let's focus on the game. I might get carried away by how sleek this device is. But hold on. So 2 games down, 4 more to go. Exactly. We had the first dose of Erangel. We're about to have some more Erangel, triple dose. But we saw a little bit of struggling from some teams. We saw a little bit of adaptations. We saw some teams getting carried away, but we saw 2 chicken dinners from 2 teams that did not get a chicken dinner yesterday. So are we going to see more of that now? The teams that struggled yesterday, they'll start to adapt, they'll try to get a little bit better. Erangel, is that what Erangel brings out of you? Well, let's find out for ourselves,
I believe that's going to be the case. As we've seen, the teams are now changing their landing spots. They're choosing to go different places. I think it's going to be affecting some of them because at the end of the day, we do get to master the maps. We get to master our landing spots. We know which compound makes sense, which one are we going to be using. And for the teams now, it seems like they have decided they're going to change everything. Since yesterday they played, I'm sure some of them sat and strategized, observed the live stream, and then came back to make sure they won and got their chicken dinners. But as you can see, the game for Erangel match 3, it is leaning towards the western side of Erangel. Most of the teams here, their landing spots are not even on the flight path, but as we've seen, seems like most of them are just comfortable with landing anywhere but where we are used to them going to. But this time around in game 3, NEONRISING goes back to their home ground, and that is a military base. And the other teams are still looking around to see where they want to be. More Esports as well. They seem to have changed their location. Most of them are not looking to do what we're expecting them to do. But then again, big shout out to 12 Esports, RRAGE Esports, for making us question, are we going to be having the teams we thought were going to win, having to struggle their way through victory? But as we wait on that, let's have a quick look at where the teams will be going to as their chosen landing spots. But for now, the safe zone has chosen to be on the southwestern side of Erangel. Most of them landing not that close to each other. Angry X Smoke landing the team. And that blade is lethal. But then Sweechu, amazing turn there with a shotgun. Unfortunately for him, the players from one band have a backup and has been able to take it down. That is Sweechu. The teammate is going in for that push. Unfortunately there, Sweechu has been taken back to lobby. Same to Franco from one band. The early fights are finally here. Some teams have decided to relax a bit, take on the fights as they come. If you win them, well and good. If you do not, then we can try again in the next coming games. For one band, that is Starboy, trying to cook up a nade, looking to make sure it connects, at least to get one more knock on Angry X Smoke. MLK making his rotation, and as he does that, so is Titanos from one band, coming on the hillside. He will be watching Angry X Smoke. One small mistake, and he'll be taking you back to lobby. Starboy still thinking through the grenade, trying to make sure it connects here, waiting for MLK to relax. And the nade goes in. Luckily for him, he was not in that room. He will be avoiding that grenade for now. We still have a sticky bomb to be used. Still not in play for him. MLK still lucky, still surviving. One band getting closer. I believe these early fights are not the best way to go. If you can avoid them, well and good. If you cannot, then you just have to fight your way through it. But the early fights are just not it.
Early fights will always happen because some teams, they do love themselves some coconut heads. And they will never say never. Angry Smoke, on the other hand, Switchy did manage to trade one off for the sacrifice of his own self. But right now, 95 points for RJC, 5 points away from 100. Still not enough. The job isn't done. The job's not finished. Rejects X still have a potential to do something special if they can get a performance like they had yesterday. One band, on the other hand, it's a matter of prize money now, The better you do, the better your prize money. MLK trying to escape the bullets, but he is getting absolutely tracked here, trying to bait the rest of the guys from one band into his teammate Aspect just on the other side. He's moved out a little bit there, and he tries to lock in. Oh, that was a dangerous potato. And that is what they call an Irish potato. He missed all of his shots, unfortunately. Goes back to the lobby immediately, gets burned by Titan. And one band will add another one to the books there. And Angry Smoke, unfortunately, will lose yet another man. Burning at the stake is Titan, but he will hold on. And this might be an attack on him. He manages to scale through the rest of the guys from one band. Hopefully for them, they will be able to close this down and make sure Angry Smoke do not secure any more points going forward. But it's still a risk. It is still a chance for either of them to get the job done. But they circle back as Titan will find a reprieve here, leaves the spot for Angry Smoke. They know that there's not enough utilities here for all of them, so they will make the right call to get out of dodge and get a better spot where they can get more utilities. But right now, Team Unique currently sitting in 6th and not too far away from 5th, tied on points with Rescue Esports. A big chance for them to scale a little bit higher. Remember, the prize money changes between each level, 6th to 7th. There's prize money changes. And right now, one band, looks like their prize money is about to change, but for the worse, because DK is in the mix here. Starboy hangs by the steps, immediately wants to close this down, but it's a 4 versus 2. And Tony, he knows what he has to do. He has already equipped the Bizarre because he knows he's about to start spraying those 9mm over. But Bala with a grenade over the top immediately tracks that one. And that will be good night. Bala goes for the clutch. Another one to bite the dust. Tony will close it down, and the Donkeys are enjoying this breach right now. Titan going to be the last one left for one band. 2 eliminations to the good. Doesn't look like they will be adding any more to the plate. But Tony is going to be circling around. He knows that one of the ops is in the vicinity. He can smell Titan around here. All they have to do is track his scent. They know that he's somewhere lurking about, but they can't seem to find him. Diedra is still in the building. They've left him behind just to play a little bit of a scouter. Hopefully they will be able to spot him just in time, but it looks like more Esports now want a piece of the action against guys from Rejects, but they get off a little bit more than they can choose. Zekro gets burned immediately as well with the Scar-L. Beautiful shots from the back end. Had no idea. Vortex almost taking that one to the side, and Paradox trying to run out in the open, but he knows that he can't peek out the window. He will have his skin cut immediately as well. More Esports thinking long and hard about their next move, because Vortex has already been pushed back with a Molotov just by the corner. Rejects trying their absolute best to close this down. Aatrox going grenade for grenade. They're charging it 4 seconds to 2 seconds, but his own grenade bounces off, plays off to the left, doesn't connect. Demonic immediately falls down to the S687, a shotgun in hand, falls him to the side as well. Big shots to follow through. Aatrox is thinking about it, but he has no support, no angle. Zekro again getting picked up. Vortex somehow still holding on with full HP, but not for long. Paradox is there to set him aside, and immediately Zekro is there with a Molotov to purge him and burn him at the stake. 1 by 1, but a jump shot from nowhere. Rush God rushes him back to the lobby and waves goodbye.
That was an amazing jump shot there from Rashkar. He is basically the Rashkar for the team, and that was one for the books. But as you can see, 3 Crowns Esports making their rotations around the game to find which sport are they going to be securing. For Team Execute, we have seen in the kill feed, they have been taking on a fight, and they immediately have decided to retreat. Remember, everything is on the line, and a chicken dinner is very much needed right now. The points are counting, and everything you do is very much important. Team Execute have to figure this out. NEONRISING waiting by the bridge, waiting for teams to make their way towards them, and they might be having some victims, and that is 12 Esports. They have been lingering around. NEONRISING trying to get closer as well. They might be exposed if they're not careful. They might be taking on a NEONRISING players. That guy will be joining people in lobby, and we have them exposed there. That guy still risking passing by with the vehicle. Amazing drive-by. Lucky enough, he is still standing, and this will be quite dangerous for 12 Esports. One man has already made his way out of the bridge. That means he will be confusing 12 Esports enough for his teams to make that rotation. But it seems like Finalboss is retreating, choosing to use a different way. But that would have been perfectly good if they used that guy's position for their good, if they used his location as a way for them to cross the bridge. But anyway, it is everyone's call right now, and that rotation will be worth it if they make it on time. RRAGE Esports lingering around that side as well. One small mistake, and NEONRISING will be meeting RRAGE Esports along the way. Remember, Madagascar is happy, and I believe RRAGE Esports wants to continue with the same energy. Team Execute over on the hills, waiting around Georgiapol Hospital. I'm not sure if teams will be going towards them. A lot is about to happen right now in the second phase of the zone. The zone is about to shift. 15 teams still in the game. More Esports, the only team that has made its way into the lobby, will be watching this and wondering why are we the ones waiting for Rescue Esports making their way towards where the DKs just conquered a team. And as they do that, we have Titanus waiting by the hills. One small mistake on Rescue's side, and we'll have Titanus enjoying a couple of eliminations. So let's wait and see if that's going to be the case. DKs are still lingering around. They haven't really made a very big rotation. They're just around Pochinki. But then Team Execute encountering 3 Crowns Esports. Blade there with an SLFK nades are getting cooked by 3 Crowns Esports. They don't really connect here. Shakir going in for that push. Merrick has to be careful. Team Execute coming from the back here. Shakir is down. 3 Crowns Esports is putting on a fight here. Blade with a grenade. Might just be getting a knock here. And the nade does not connect. But then unfortunately Zaber has been taken down. Blade, second nade in hand here, trying to look for another knock here. The nades are not working, and 3 Crowns Esports going in for that push. It is one man, and Esco's in his hand, and Blade is down as well. 3 Crowns Esports making Nigeria happy. For Kenya, we are asking questions. What is not happening? Team Execute has lost a number. 12 Esports, third part in the fight here. Wizard, amazing sprays. One sprays down, that is finished. And 12 Esports is still going in for that push. Finish can wait a little bit longer. He does go in for that push again. Wizard, second knock in. 12 Esports giving 3 Crowns Esports an easy day. Eliminations counting back to back. But as they do that, another team is joining them, and that is the DKs. This is a lot of pressure on 3 Crowns Esports. They are maintaining their energy. 3 Crowns Merrick with a knock on the Deidara player, and he takes it back. So the 3 Crowns Esports again going in for that push. They know we are surrounded. We need to keep calm here. Aquila is down. Nexus again goes in for that push. Amazing sprays, but then he doesn't really do anything. Goes down as well. Now Merrick, last man standing, will be forced to figure out what is next. DK is going in for that push. Amazing knock. Basically UMP. That's getting all the way back to Lobia. Kobe on Hancho, and Merrick goes in with the molly, confirming I need this elimination. Merrick is just playing it safe here. DK's being exposed to 12 Esports. Merrick enjoying the eliminations. Unfortunately, that grenade was not enough. 12 Esports taking the DKs back to lobby, and now we have 3 Crowns Esports and 12 Esports together with Mambe from Team Execute surviving in this very much intense fight. I mean, 3 Crowns Esports, we have to give it to them there. 3 teams going towards them. Merrick in the pressure. 12 Esports going in for that push. UMP still in play here, trying to get the qualifiers. Oh, good damage on 12 Esports. It does go in again, but then unfortunately, 3 Crowns Esports that will be joining all the other teams back to lobby. But then Priest here, I believe Nigeria is happy with that play. 3 Crowns Esports, at least 4 teams, and they still survived to the last 2 teams.
Party after party, that
Oh,
is
yeah?
what they call that. That was 5 teams going absolutely crazy in that final third. It was a lot of chaos. And you got to respect the guys from 12 Esports. They pulled up just at the right time and reaped the benefits of the chaos that was brewing between 3 Crown Esports and the guys from Execute. DK as well, getting a piece of the action, but they did get swept away. But they did take out 4 eliminations while all that was going on. I respect the fact that they did stand on business moving to that final third, but it's still a lot. Rejects X, on the other hand, 6 eliminations. Looks very, very good play for them. They did lose out. Enos is still knocked away, but potentially here will be getting picked up, but they are in the blue zone, and the utilities will start to pay a heavy duty and a heavy call on them going forward. But Faker will try his best to make something out of this. So many opportunities, though, we've seen so far. If there is a team that can make something happen, it could be Team Unique. They are in a very, very precarious spot in the zone, but they've got RJC not too far away. Rejects back to 2. They will have to try our best to make something out of this, owing to the fact that they have lower numbers, but they have higher eliminations. They have crossed into 90s territory, and they have started to add more to the tally. But right now, NEONRISING, they have set their sights onto the guys from 12 Esports, and they are hurting their vehicles. It is a smart play. It is a very solid play, but it doesn't look like it is the right vehicles they're hurting. They're hurting the vehicles of the teams that were there before them, 3 Crown and the guys from DK. Their vehicles going up in flames, one after the other. NEONRISING with their own plans and their own objectives. They have been having a little bit of a slow start to today's matches. They did play better yesterday, actually. Hopefully they will be able to add something special today, but there's more to be done. Mercenary Union, on the other hand, also struggling to find their footing. Hopefully they will find it as these games progress. But right now, Mitch, you've seen the play zone. You can see that most of these teams are out trying to make rotations. RJC being one of them. Nasser has already managed to secure 1 elimination across the board for his team, but there's still a long ways to go. Right now, Rejects are still putting the pressure on. 6 eliminations, 87 points. Currently, they have 93 points. They're not far away from RJC.
Yeah, right now, RJC will be the most pressured team. They need to maintain their position. Otherwise, Rejects X, RRAGE Esports, Team Executor all coming towards them, and they might be putting a lot of pressure on RJC. But as you can see, Pochinki is quite crowded. RJC maintaining their cool as the players from Rescue Esports get closer to them. Their baby sporting 1,000 aura, trying to get his sprays there. Amazing spray, but then unfortunately nothing is being registered because he is missing a couple of shots there on aura. But then Nasser does get the first knock in. Shaki's down. So we'll wait and see what happens there. But then RRAGE Esports, winners of Game 2, are now engaging in another fight, hoping to win this before they can lose their streak there. One of their teammates is already back to lobby. Pochinki quite surrounded right now. At least 3 teams have made their way, and now Pew Pew will be getting closer to Bala. At least 4 teams have found their way to Pochinki. 1,000 aura. Shiva trying his best to confirm this elimination, but then the buggy is not letting him do that. It is giving him good cover, and 1,000 aura will be taken down by the zone. It is quite unfortunate that we have teams losing players to the zone. Utilities can be low sometimes, but before you engage in any fight, utilities are very much important at the end of the day. But then Rusciano being eliminated as well. RJC, I believe they're putting up a fight right now. They know what's coming to them, and it is a lot of pressure. They know that there's a team trying to move them. South Africa is fighting, but for how long will they be able to hold that position before another region tries to come in? It is looking quite intense right now, Priest. All the teams are really fighting. You can see how many regions in the top 5, different regions all in, and they all need to prove something.
And prove something they will. Rejects. X on the other side there. They are trying to make a rotation, trying to hold in from the northern side. It is a smart call, but they do have Mambe in front. Will he be able to stop them? The last player for Team Execute A Mercenary Union setting their sights onto the guys from Neon Rising this time. First hit over to the top, and it could prove very, very detrimental for them. But right now, RJC looking like it could be something special. If they can find their way through, they have secured 3 eliminations, and Mambe will find his way back to the lobby. Executed, yes, yet again, no points on the board for them. Spiky spotted by Thugger, goes back to the lobby. Rescue Esports following suit. More pressure being mounted on these teams as they advance into the closing stages of this circle. RJC, 4 players up. Another team that has 4 players up is going to be Team Unique and Mercenary Union and Neon Rising. Those are the teams that have the higher chance of taking the chicken dinner. Angry Smoke getting forced out of the play zone yet again. They have to make their rotations a little bit early because they're down to just a single player. He is carrying the entire teams on his back. How far will he be able to drag them? Will he get them across the line? It is all a matter of pressure at this stage. How far will he take it, though? But as we see Neon Rising, they are playing a little bit towards the dip side and keeping a lot abreast of the situation against the other teams. They're keeping themselves out of harm's way and out of reach. The other teams trying to play a little bit closer to that central position that they have found themselves in. But it is all about the utilities, like Mitch said earlier. If you do take engagements, you have to make sure you have some saved for whatever lies ahead of you. And right now, Team Unique, they are stacked up on a couple of utilities, so whatever engagement is coming up next, they will be ready. Double RG also sharing the spoils. All of this open space, it is Pachinki, so everybody knows that they have to make the right call. Rejects X spotted out by Pablo, and he is about to send him all the way across, but it doesn't connect the shots. We'll try again to pack it all the way up, but there is still pressure mounting on all of these teams as they are trying to make their way into the zone. As you can see, Rushgard circling back, makes it through over to the north, and he's escaped the shots from Aspect, though. Always have to look out towards the edge of the circle to make sure that there are no more stragglers, and that will be the opening defensive line for Mercenary Union as Glixie will set his sights on Lucifer, sends him all the way back to the gates of hell. One by one, they're starting to fall off again. He has them out in the open. Aspect has been discovered, and surely now they will want to make a quick example of him in that position and send him all the way back to join his teammates in the lobby. But right now, Neon Rising setting their sights against guys from Finalboss, and Baby with his teammates switching scenes and switching sides. Another one bites the dust, but that is the third party, and Baby has to pop the smoke. Surely he needs the smoke, but he wants to go for the confirmation instead. Finalboss toss a grenade over to the side, and Baby has to drop down immediately, and hopefully doesn't get dropped away, but he does go for the flush one by one. God Z and Finalboss again taking another hit. Baby almost getting picked up, and the grenade from Pyro will shut it down, and Neon Rising will not rise any further.
I mean, Neon Rising there, the chances were slim. And for Zeus Finalboss, they took advantage of this. Unfortunately, they're down numbers. But luckily, they have been able to survive that fight. Pochinki right now looking quite crowded. A couple of teams have already made their way into the safe zone. They will be waiting for any chance to get at least some eliminations before the game comes to an end. RJC still maintaining their compound. Team Unique, their legacy, looking for every chance to get an elimination. Revamp being eliminated. RJC right now is also feeling the pressure. All the teams closing in Pochinki as the zone does get smaller by the minute. For 12 Esports gatekeeping on Mercenary Union, they know they need to move, and for Mercenary Union, that rotation will be close to impossible. Amazing thoughts here from Aspect. He's not exposing his location yet. He's just watching the fight as it happens, and we have Pyro making a very wrong move here. Has been spotted by Team Unique. Amazing sprays, but luckily for him, he will be surviving that spray, taking advantage of the fact that he's just but a solo. All I need to do is wait it out. He has no one to revive anymore. Just himself is the only thing he has to carry around for Team Unique. On the other hand, they're looking at RJC right next to them here. Everyone is already making their rotation. RJC moving into their baggies and moving towards the safe zone. They do not want to be the last people to make their rotations and then get exposed to third-party fights. But for Team Unique, they do spot RRAGE Esports. Unfortunately, the spray there from Frag is quite wanting. That means all the shots. And RRG will be going to a safe reach for now before the zone does close in. And as they do the rotation, their angry player Aspect will be waiting on them. He is just by the zone, waiting for anyone to get closer. And 12 Esports is spotting them. Does try to get some damage of RRAGE Esports. Nothing is happening yet. RJC finally making it to a safe place. and they'll be the ones to put some pressure on the teams as they make their rotations. Pubg being taken down, Rossini receiving some damage, Pyro right next to Rossini there, will be taking on the fight there, will be waiting, but for now it is Team Unique applying the pressure. Kaish confirming that Pyro needs to join his teammates in the lobby. Team Unique quite patient. The zone is about to close in. They are having a good time, but for how long the zone, of course, will close? Will it be in Pochinki, or will RJC be having a good time? But as you can see, they need to make their rotations. Shiva by the edges, just by the bridge, waiting for 12 Esports or Team Unique, any team that will be making their way around him just to get some eliminations for RJC. Right now, most of the teams are playing it quite safe. 7 teams still surviving. Mercenary Union are not giving up that compound. They are safe for now, and 12 Esports is going to be waiting for when the time changes, and Mercenary Union is no longer safe. Team Unique sporting one band. Titan has been spotted. Amazing sprays there, and Kaish will be taking the last player from one band all the way back to lobby. 6 teams remaining, and RJC still holding it quite tight here. They have a chance here, Priest. They have a chance of increasing the margin and making it very hard for people to get closer to them, but all they need to do is get that chicken dinner.
And get that chicken dinner they will, but what they have to do is follow the rules. And the number 1 rule is survive. Ladies and gentlemen, it is PUBG Mobile. The objective is to stay alive as long as you can and get your hands on that chicken dinner while eliminating your enemies in the process. Legacy looking for a way through. Team Unique looking very comfortable, playing deep in the south of Pochinki, having everywhere covered. And they do have the numbers advantage. It could work in their favor if they could circle around that position and hold the lines just a little bit longer. But let's not forget, 12 Esports is still in the mix here. They have every single nook and cranny covered. But the only difference is they do not have the numbers to back it up. Only Team Unique and Mercenary Union have this. Can they utilize that into the final third? It is phase 6 of the circle, and it is going to shut down any moment from now. RRAGE have been dropped down to just 2 players. Palabala and Ruccini is a big chance for them. Can they do a 2 versus 4 against Team Unique? It's going to be something special if they can pull it off. RJC still have a man in front. Shiva playing off over to that western side. A big chance for them if they can keep Mercenary Union at bay. The play zone now shifts a little bit further, and RJC backed into a corner. They're forced out into the open now, and they have to take a chance. They have to take the risks. The smoke's coming out from Ruccini as well. He's trying to make sure that Team Unique do not advance from that position. They have been drawn out of the play zone. A big peek from Ruccini. He's warned immediately as well not to try that one again, because Keish is waiting for him, and a grenade immediately for Fan. He's turned it over to the side, and he's burned off with that beautiful grenade to the side. And now Team Unique have everything they need to push into the zone and claim this position. Frags immediately pops out. He's warned out as well. Beautiful shot. The DBS will clutch, and that will be the end of the road. RRG swept aside by Team Unique. Mauritius have found their way into the circle, and now another opportunity for them to advance a little bit further. Baby pops out over to the left. He takes tags from prison. Mercenary Union trying to lock it all the way through and lock it all the way down. Aspect still lurking behind the rocks there, hiding his position, but RJC now making the advance. They know that all they need now is just to add a couple more numbers. The placements climbing slowly but surely. 12 Esports also climbing up. Couple more eliminations to add to the dust. Almost a big chance for them. But Team Unique, they have the numbers. They have the zone. They have the corners. Everything is lining up for them. All they have to do is stick to the script and make sure they do not suffer any more casualties. But Aspect will say goodbye to the rest of the lobby as he goes out in 5th. Angry Smoke will wave goodbye one last time again in Erangel. A little bit lackluster, but they have tried their absolute best to kick it through, and all they were able to get was a couple of eliminations, and they had to back it all the way through. But here comes RJC again. More pressure now from Team Unique. Grenade over to the left. Shiva feints off, pops another smoke, turns everywhere. White as like it's early Christmas. They can't see the vision, and he's playing off to the left again. Nasser trying to force the exclusion from Team Unique over to the western side, but he can't seem to find the angles there. Team Unique in trouble. RJC pushing them to the edge of the circle. They do not want to allow them to claim that spot. 12 Esports also in the mix, playing off over to the right-hand side. Mercenary Union lurking in the shadows, lurking in the dark. A big chance for them to snatch away a chicken dinner if they play their cards right. But look at that. Bombs away from RJC, and more pressure. They know they have the numbers, that they are capitalizing on this. Take a look at the bombs going all the way through, but Keish continues to mount pressure on Pablo to the right-hand side, and 12 Esports in trouble, but they trade it off, and Nasser gets knocked away there, and Team Unique, they could utilize this, but Pablo gets confirmed by Ali QZ, Mercenary Union in the chat. They're cooking right now. Another one bites the dust. 12 Esports in trouble. Finish. Might be getting finished away. RJC, can they keep their numbers up? Team Unique have them on the ropes. Shiva's still alive. He can still be a threat, but they're back numbers. Over to the side again. RJC, they have to win. They know that the PMGC might just slip away from their fingers if they fall at the stage. For Team Unique, they have the chance to climb a little bit further in the 70s. Big numbers for Team Unique if they can snatch this chicken dinner away from RJC.
And RJC is maintaining their cool here. Mercenary Union is closing in on them as well. Team Unique is still maintaining that same position. They have been able to take on 12 Esports together at Mercenary Union. And now the move here for Mercenary Union does give RJC the chance they have been looking for to get into the zone. And finally, RJC have made their rotation. Mercenary Union player Prison, quite aware of their location. Does go into the DBS. Ali is down. Shiva does get the Nokia. Nasser does get Prison as well. Mercenary Union is losing players one by one. RJC with the pressure. Glixi, only man standing, and RJC will be taking down Mercenary Union. Two teams remaining right now. RJC are not letting anyone take South Africa's pride from them. And now Team Unique will be forced again to take on RJC. Nasser with the rotations, waiting for Team Unique to make a mistake. He made the same rotation against Mercenary Union. It did pay off, and he'll be using the same strategy on Team Unique there. Kaish and his teammates, a full team versus a trio. Might just be a very interesting day here. Frag's getting closer. Kaish towards Frag's side to split here. We have RJC, Shiva, waiting on the players from Team Unique. No one wants to make the first move. Team Unique is not letting themselves expose here. They want RJC to do that. They want RJC to be the first team to make that move. It seems like RJC did get to loot all the grenades in the game because they have been throwing grenades from the beginning of this fight until now. Somehow RJC still has more grenades to launch towards Team Unique, so let's give them their chance to shine. But for Team Unique, Zedgo there has been spotted by Baby, trying to get some sprays towards him. Frogs there and Kash going in for that push. Baby with that one grenade, it needs to be perfection, otherwise Team Unique might just be giving RJC a run for their money there. The nade doesn't land close. Kaish with the jump shot there does take Kaish. He's taking Kaish down here, and now Frog will be pushed as well. Baby with the jump shot. Team Unique with the numbers, but then we have the players from RJC with the brains. They are using every single brain cell right now to figure out what is our next move there. Team Unique, Legacy, and Zigod will be forced to do something. RJC Nasser has to come back up again. He needs to do something about Zigod. He's going in for that push. The revive is taking place. They have put it in. The knock is in here, but then Zigod does get taken down as well. One man standing, and Team Unique is basically fumbling an easy winner. Chicken dinner. That was almost theirs, and we have RJC. I'm in South Africa right now in the comment section. Yesterday they were saying RJC to PMGC. Basically a rhythm right now. I think we're going to be saying it. You can see the cheers there. I mean, we've been told how happy they are. So big up to you, winner, chicken dinner, RJC.
Well done, RJC. Big chicken dinner, big game from RJC. Team Unique had everything going for them, but unfortunately the communication must have broken down somewhere, and they lost the plot because that was a 4 versus 3. All they had to do was overload, but it was RJC that did overload them, playing off that right-hand side, and that was where the pressure started to mount from. Absolutely incredible performance from Baby T and Reverb and Shiva and Nasser putting in the work to get themselves that chicken dinner. It is absolutely well-deserved. Incredible performance.
MVP going to Nasser, getting 7 eliminations, dealing a damage of 568, 4 knocks, and surviving a total time of 28 minutes. I mean, MVP, chicken dinner, RJC is happy. I know the IGL, all the players are feeling proud about the play. There are 58 eliminations in the game, 5 headshots, 381 meters longest distance elimination by Nasser, 1 vehicle elimination, 10 grenade eliminations, and 2 airdrops looted. 10 grenades. I think that is the first time we have seen that in the game, but since that a team like RJC had at least 20 plus grenades being launched throughout the whole game, It does make sense that we have a lot of grenade eliminations so far, but then all the teams in this third game really did put up a fight. Most of them really had their points up, but unfortunately, like we all know, the same rhythm, PUBG Mobile reminds you that there is only one winner who can enjoy a chicken dinner, and that is RJC. All the teams well played, good rotations, good structure, big up to 3 Crowns Esports for that fight that had them going against at least 3 teams at a go, and every player in that team did their best. But then unfortunately, that pressure was too much. They lost players along the way. Merrick trying to do the much that he could do to survive for 3 Crowns Esports, but then unfortunately he got eliminated trying to take on 12 Esports. We all saw them getting a chicken dinner. They wanted to maintain the same streak, but the game just got harder by the minute and they lost that chicken dinner. For RJC, they took their time. The rotations were close to impossible, but they somehow maintained the same energy. They controlled their nerves. They waited for every single opportunity. They took advantage of teams that were taking on fights, and this somehow helped them get that chicken dinner, having each other's back. RRAGE Esports, Pala Bala, did put up a fight, but along the way, he got eliminated as well. Dangerous jump shots here coming from RJC. But you know what is making them jump that high is the fact that RJC is wearing the Masai Shuka. And you know Masais here are known for that jump. And RJC used that to their best, the best they could.
12 eliminations, 7 going to Nasser and 4 to Shiva, 1 to Baby T and Reverb. You know, emotional support, you gotta love it. You love to see it, 12 eliminations, but still solid performance all round. Big numbers, 20-something points. You know, they pushed the needle just a little bit further, and they were 3 games in. By the next game, all they have to do is have one more performance like this, and they may have just sealed the deal for PMGC 2025. But until then, Team Unique looking very, very solid as well. 12 points in total, Mercenary Union with 11, and we did have the guys from 12 Esports get 10 points to the good as well. They did try their absolute best to make something special happen here, but you know, it was not the worst thing in the world, if you ask me. They did have an amazing performance regardless, but I knew I gotta love it though. 7 eliminations for Nasser. You know, Ali QZ did have 4 once again for Mercenary Union, and Shiva also in the mix once again with 4, Frags with 3, and Merrick finally getting himself in on the score sheet with 3 eliminations for match for this particular match number 3.
Well played there from the players, but as we all know, RJC just built that margin all over again. 117 points in total is quite good so far, but then Reject X is not that far off, 87 points. RRAGE Esports at 70, Team Executed 62, Team Unique at position 5, with 60 points in total. 12 Esports at 6th with 55, Rescue Esports at 7th with 48. But as you can see, most of the teams here are really trying to find their way up the table. But it is not it's not really easy for them. They're really fighting their way through it. And of course, from the streets to the stage, Africa's finest don't just dream, they outplay the rest. With GT30 Pro in hand, you could join them at the 2025 PMGC by now with Infinix. And looking at the players with the most eliminations, we have RJC player S with 23, Paradox second with 21, third Ali there, and of course all the other teams that have made their way to the top elimination list. For now, it has been an amazing match 3, but we'll be taking a very short break and we'll be seeing you guys for match 4.
GT30 Pro offers the all-day full FPS system solution. The system, including free key components, Mag-Josh cooler intelligently balances power allocation, together delivering sustained peak performance.
In my hands, niko na power. Power ya kuscroll new worlds into life. Nikilive 60 lifetimes every hour na mavida za 60 seconds. Ukiuliza what I'm doing on my phone, takushow possibilities in their billions. Jusiko hooked to my phone. Niko hooked to vile raia imepiga luku. Niko hooked to securing the bag from my sweat. Unachiki my smartphone. Hii ni Digiverse, a multiverse. Hapa ndipo mi create. Kila space ina need real in na baki na stories. So, usiulize what I'm hooked to. Ask what I can hook you up with. Come over. Get hooked to Safaricom Hook.
GT30 Pro offers the all-day full FPS system solution. The system, including free key components, Mag-Josh cooler intelligently balances power allocation, together delivering sustained peak performance.
In my hands, niko na power. Power ya kuscroll new worlds into life. Nikilive 60 lifetimes every hour na mavida za 60 seconds. Ukiuliza what I'm doing on my phone, takushow possibilities in their billions. Jusiko hooked to my phone. Niko hooked to vile raia imepiga luku. Niko hooked to
Showtime, showtime, showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup 2025, live from the beautiful city of Nairobi, Kenya. It is still Priest on the mic, and I am still here with the lovely Mitch. And it is match number 4, Erangel, our final dosage before we head into Miramar. More of the same?
Probably. I think RJC is finally making their comeback here. We have seen them dominating again. We know them for doing a last-minute domination. They have done that. I'm not sure if they're going to be maintaining it because, you know, some teams, Reject X, RRAGE Esports, Team Execute, all these teams have a goal, and it's to be where RJC is as of now. So probably more of the same. But I think they'll change their landing spots again. Yeah.
I think so as well. You know, again, most of the teams that we've seen so far, the strategies have morphed per game. You know, 3 games have been concluded. Now we're heading to the 4th game. It's all about the mentals now. Final Erangel. Some of the teams here, they can't wait to get off the Erangel map and head into Miramar, where they have some strategies in place. Remember, the prize pool is going to change for all of these teams the more points they get. It could be as much as, you know, 100 USD to 500 USD, depending on how many points you can get. You can jump from, you know, 4th all the way down, or rather all the way up. It really matters how many points you can secure by the end of this game. But in this match, on the other hand, we start off in the eastern side of the map, all the way through, cutting through from Lipovka down to Zarki and RJC, front and center. And you can already see them making that move towards the northern side. Probably gonna land in Savani, where they did manage to hold off the entirety of the teams that tried to play from the north in the previous game. And they ended up getting that chicken dinner for all their hard work. Can they do the same this time? It is all up to them. It is all up to the muses. But we're about to witness something special.
Yes, we are. The players here are planning something. And it seems RJC has not really gone that far from their landing spot. Mercenary Union Mo Esports are known for Yasnaya. They're still going back to Yasnaya. They might be accompanied by the Donkeys going towards Yasnaya. Poliana Rozok there has a couple of teams landing there as well. Jojopol, as usual, always crowded, always finding a way of just occupying any building, because we know that place is quite loaded with activities. But as you can see, DK is already taking on Mo Esports. Oh, it's time for that comeback there. Amazing knock. And of course, they will be confirming that elimination fast as possible. And now Mo Esports going in for that push. And DKs will be having none of their teammates down. Demonic coming in for a comeback for his team. They're shotgunning in time. They're ready to do something. But they are with just but a Scorpion does take out Mo Esports. And the first team to be eliminated from the game quite early is Mo Esports. Really unfortunate, but luckily for them, they have at least 2 more games, maybe. If you cannot find your way to PMGC, just like Priest has told you, you can try your luck in your place by getting to at least a good number, and you will get a portion of the $8,000 prize pool. All you have to do is be somewhere good, even if you don't make it to PMGC.
Exactly. Even if you don't make it, you might as well secure the bag in the process. And how much of that bag can you secure is up to you. But for the most part, RJC are still looking comfortable. 117 points to the good, 30 points clear of the second place team. That is where you want to be. Remember, RJC cannot afford to make any mistakes still until the last game, until it is guaranteed, until it is certain that the job is done. Right now, Team Execute have been sitting on 62 points. That is, they have only secured 1 point in 4 games. And they started off guns blazing yesterday. Can they find their rhythm today?
Hopefully, they have to. At the end of the day, everything does count. Zeus Moris there seems to have one of their teammates is already down. DKs need to get the healing happening before it's too late. But of course, Jojopol is always quite proud as Baker. That was quite open. That was a very bad mistake. You do not do that in the open, knowing that there is an opponent watching you and waiting for you to go maybe for a revive, and then they can take advantage of that. So now the team is going to be forced to get a revive on Faker, and the only way they'll be doing that if they have any smokes in their bags. But going there has somehow become easy. They have vehicles. I've been using that for the rotations. And it will be a good time for Zeus Moris now being able to get a revive on Faker and their numbers back. Paradox there in the vehicle, maybe looking for a rotation into that fight. Probably will be working out if his teammates get close to him. There are 3 Crowns Esports amazed us last game there, a fight that was very much intense. They kept their cool. So I hope they'll be doing the same in this game and maybe get themselves all the way to the top 5 or even to where RJC is, but the chances are quite slim. Seeing the margin, it is almost impossible to get to RJC from where they are. So 3 Crowns Esports, maybe they need to bag the money. For Team Execute, they're holding in George Paul. We have seen a couple of teams on the northern side of George Paul, Town. A couple of teams have made their way here. Zeus Moris is there. And one small mistake, either of the teams will be meeting each other and they'll be forced to take on a fight. But as we know, there will always be that one winner. Team Execute is looking for that chicken dinner. RJC being the only team from yesterday's games that has been able to secure a winner chicken dinner so far. For the teams that have played, we've had 12 Esports and RRAGE Esports coming up good. And that made RRAGE Esports get all the way to the 3rd place. I believe that was the biggest jump today, Priest. They moved all the way 3rd place, almost close to Rejects S, and also quite close to RJC.
Very, very close to RJC. And they have had a very, very good day today. That chicken dinner put things into serious perspective for them. You know, it's shined a little bit of light onto their performance up until this stage so far. But let's not forget, they're not far off from a top 2 finish. You know, 87 points, 70 points. It's not the craziest thing in the world. You do have Execute with 62 points, Team Unique with 60, 12 Esports with 55, and Rescue Esports with 48, and 3 Crown Esports with 46, tied with Mercenary Union, and then Finalboss with 41. Now, these teams that I've listed, they all have the potential to finish in the top 3 and still secure themselves over 1,000 USD in prize pool money. All they have to do is lock in. This is where the locking in has to start from. And those teams that are yet to secure any chicken dinner so far, you know, one chicken dinner is all it takes to show workings. You know, is what is required for you to show how well you've actually been performing. If you've been going under the radar, one chicken dinner will show everyone how far you've come in the tournament realistically, or rather holistically. But at the end of the day, Mercenary Union being one of those teams that has been very, very slow on securing the chicken dinner, but they have been quite consistent across the board. They've been putting up numbers here and there. Ali QZ has been the main man. He's been front and center of the entire thing. And he has been pushing the entire Mercenary Union project. But they are still not been able to secure a chicken dinner. And that is exactly one of the reasons why they're just, you know, falling just a little bit by the wayside. But right now, Rejects X have a mountain to climb, 30 points. And again, I say 30 points sparingly because RJC still have the opportunity to add on top of what they already have. And imagine the scene where they do get 130 or 140. That might be a record for the PMAC.
Well, 130 is quite high there for RJC, and they seem to be not stopping anytime soon. For Zeus Moris, they also have a very slim chance here, but they can get their way to at least top 10 and get a good piece of the prize pool. For now, the DKs, they have a team, and that is Rescue Esports, quite close to them. If one of them exposes themselves, one of MRC will be leading to a whole spiral of events. We'll have people pushing and a lot of casualties in play, with others finding their way in the lobby. And I don't think any team wants to be a part of that as of now. With just 15 teams remaining, one of them, that is Mo Esports, has already been taken back to lobby. The rest are now finding their way into the safe zone. First phase of the zone going into the second phase, where now most of the teams will start encountering each other. The battle will start making sense. So the scenes will start unfolding, and we'll have a number of casualties here and there. But then so far, so good. A couple of teams are yet to engage in any fight. Rejects X, they are very wide rotation, coming from the west side of Erangel, going towards the shooting range. I believe the rotation will be on the northern side. And for every other team that is Angry X Smoke 12 Esports, they are coming in from the southern side of Erangel as well, going towards the eastern side, because the zone has decided that the northeastern side of Erangel is the best place to be. In the areas around Yes Napoliana will be quite comfortable for most of the teams. So I hope they'll be looking into that. But as they do their rotations, 12 Esports has proven that a comeback is very much possible. And now one band, they're taking on a fight. Their DKs being supported by one, but the team is also passing by, and that is Team Unique. They have been spotted by one band. Franco playing a very risky position, quite open. His vehicle is a little bit damaged there, and Team Unique using this to the advantage, going in for that push. Franco is just but one man, does not get something on Legacy, misses the shots there, and Legacy will be going away from this fight. It is almost not looking good for one band right now. Another team, that is RC, getting closer, and we have 1,000 Aura immediately getting some damage there on Franco, sporting him, trying to get more happening, but then nothing takes place here. 1,000 Aura immediately deciding not to engage, but then Spiky, with his one-of-a-kind move, he's used to that same stunt. He knows how to capitalize on that, and we have him doing something. RC finally were confident enough to engage in more fights, and now the teammate Russiana there has been taken down. Spiky ensuring to get his gun reloaded before he engages in this fight. For RC, Sharky with the smoke, trying to smoke up his teammate, get the revive before one band gets closer, but now it is going to be very hard because Titanus already made his way near them. The damage is in. One band trying to get more on Sharky, but then Sharky is still surviving there, trying to get his healing, and it's going to be very interesting if he's going to be able to work his way through it without one band being able to get at least 2 more casualties on Rescue Esports. Amazing grenade here from Titanus, and Rusciano, it will be going back to lobby. 3 players standing from RC. 1,000 Aura goes down on his knees as well. Now 2 of them remain standing. One band realizing that we have the numbers down for RC will be going in for that. With Spiky getting sprayed from every single angle. Luckily for him there, he will be retreating. But for Sharky here, the vehicle is quite damaged. They are giving him a lot of pressure. Sharky getting damaged. This is a very, very difficult situation for RC. Exposing yourselves during a rotation is never the way to go, but one band is not letting this slide just yet.
Absolutely not letting it slide, but they will slide on the opposition any given chance. 2 eliminations for one band so far, and they are looking to add to their resolve. But right now, they are playing outside the zone, just a little bit steeper in Mansion, trying to keep their eyes and ears as close to the ops as possible, but there's still a lot of ground to cover. The play zone is still far outside. 30 seconds until the next shift, and 30 seconds to pick a spot in the next zone, unless you will be asking yourself the difficult questions of why not now. But Angry Smoke, 1 elimination to the good, courtesy, I believe, of Switch U. 3 Crown Esports setting their sights now on the guys from DK Theatre. But unfortunately, Nexus will Irish potato those shots. He will miss out, but it looks like RJC setting their sights now on Double RG. And this is one of the things we talked about now, top teams taking themselves out. RJC and Double RG getting pulled out earlier in the game is not something I expected to see, but it is still part of the game. Pyro trying to take the knee, but immediately gets cut off at the knees instead, as Paradox swaps through beautiful spray to return fire and return cover to the opposition one by one. In Final Boss, it looks like Paradox wants a piece of the action. That guy tried to pick up his teammate, but decided to get out of dodge instead. And that would be a warning to anyone who would dare cross Paradox's path. But Final Boss may have something else in store for him. Para trying to make a rotation over to the northwestern side as he tries to spin around the open positions there. Lucifer does get the final flush, and 2 eliminations will be heading towards the way of Rejects X. They're adding their numbers slowly but surely, trying to get into the 90s, trying to make sure RJC do not give them a ridiculous gap going into the 4th game. Rather, going into the 5th game, Kairos spots through to the right-hand side. Anos has been knocked away there, but Kairos cannot commit too many bodies out into the open. He's turned around, he's caught into a little bit of a sandwich, and he might be getting knocked away. He jumps, but he's caught mid-air. He's caught mid-air by Cash, and Unique with a unique way to eliminate the enemy, because catching him in mid-air is absolutely diabolical, but we love to see it. You cannot escape the bullets. The 5.56s will track you, even if you wear a cape and underwear and call yourself Superman.
Well, unfortunately, there Superman did not have a good time. Slazy being spotted by 3 Crowns Esports player, that is Wizard. Amazing sprays. Does get Slazy down, and now Pew will be trying to get closer to Slazy, trying to get the revive. A Wizard perfect spray there. Pew still risks it, and it does pay off. He will be getting the revive. Immediately, Wizard does decide to get closer. Nade in his hand here. If this grenade connects, then we'll be having a new Superman in town. But Wizard has to really think it through. The nade connects and slays it. Pew pew on their knees. Wizard immediately knows this, and they will be going in for that push. 3 Crowns Esports. Wizard is doing amazing stuff right now, performing a lot of stunts here, and they'll be going in for that push. Bala receiving a lot of damage, trying to get away from this fight, but then Wizard is not done yet. He needs to get on a streak. That means a pure wipe on just one team. 3 Crowns Esports player Wizard being able to take on 2 players with just 1 grenade. I mean, that was well played there. Amazing coming from 3 Crowns. Good players, if you can add on that. They have been really dominating so far. Even though the Chicken Dinner is somehow playing a lot of games on them, they will somehow catch it and then they'll be able to cook it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's all about being in the kitchen and absolutely cooking. But are we going to see more of the same? And right now, RRAGE looks like there will be someone out there in the background is crashing out, unfortunately, as they will be crashing out of the lobby. Looks like NEONRISING will be the team crashing out. Unfortunate scenes for them, but looks like Execute do have a clear path to get back into the top 3 as a spot just opened up. Courtesy of RRAGE getting eliminated this early could speak volumes as to how they are able to manage their positions. Right now, DK up to hold through, but it looks like RJC have pulled up to the scene, and Honcho will chew on some 5.56s from the opposition immediately as well. DK on the other side. And they do have to focus now. They're caught between Angry, Smoke, and RJC. Caught between a South African sandwich. Absolutely incredible from Shiva as he gets the drop on them. More points now. 5 eliminations for RJC. They will not stop. And it looks like they cannot stop either. Grenades flying over to the other side, but they can't seem to get the dip. Shiva immediately applies more pressure towards Aspect. And now another grenade. Nasser, the victim, he gets knocked away. Trouble for MLK. He trades it off and he does go for the finish, but it's Pablo from 12 Esports actually. They're working hand in hand. They will get the first drop over to the other side. And MLK trying his absolute best to lock it down, but the pressure is coming at him from all sides.
I mean, RJC right now is having a hard time trying to figure out what next. They're hungry. They are battling it out. It is South Africa and South Africa. There can only be one winner there from South Africa. And the nades from MLK are somehow making their way towards RJC. 3 of the players still standing. And MLK, just 2 players on their side. It is going to be very, very interesting how this turns out. Baby trying to get closer and does get some damage there on MLK. The nades are still coming from MLK. He is giving RJC a very hard time now. Last game we had RJC being the players that are making it so hard for every team because of their grenades there. But then you have 12 Esports, third party again getting that knock on MLK, immediately sending him back to lobby with just 1 player standing. And now RJC will be using that to their advantage, taking on the rotations. They're waiting on Aspect as well to really make that one small mistake. Reverb snaking his way to Aspect. He knows that if he can just get a little bit close, just to make him move, then my teammates will be able to see where this player is. But in Aspect, playing it safe. He doesn't want to be in the middle of this fight. He doesn't want to be exposed. He knows 12 Esports has been third party in these fights from the beginning. And if he decides to go towards its right side, we'll have 12 Esports getting this elimination. RJC not sure what to do. And when third party, and it seems like Angry X and Smoke will be going back to lobby. 12 Esports are still watching this fight. RJC need to make their rotations, but as they do that, 12 Esports have new visitors, and that is Team Execute coming in from the southern side of their location, and they want to engage in this fight as well. Team Execute players playing it a little bit safer. Mercenary Union surviving for a while now. They have been doing a really good job so far. They're trying to get their points up. We have players like Ali really getting those eliminations, getting the points working, and it is finally paying off. We can see MU coming in up on the top 10 ranking, so let's see if that's going to be maintained. But then Team Mini Kaish, they're holding a grenade. It might just be a Kobe on the players from Mercenary Union. They have to be really careful. Kaish is waiting, and he's ready to cook up that nade, though. The players are watching. The nade bounces back. It does get a knock on his own teammate, and now Legacy will be down. Mercenary Union being aware of this situation. They want to go in for that push. Kaish with amazing knocks there, and Mercenary Union needs to do something. That is do what they have to do to make Kenya proud. They do get the knocks there, immediately confirming it is frags. and his teammates are down. One man versus Mercenary Union. Zeus Moris, third party in the fight. We're going to be having a couple of crush outs today, and not because of the opponent, but because of the third parties and welcome visitors when people are eating.
Absolutely. I mean, that looked like a shot from Mombasa all the way to Nairobi. The distance covered by the bullets. That probably going to win the longest distance covered at the stats. And one band disbanded again by RJC. 10 eliminations to the good. South Africa running amok with the rest of the lobby. One by one, they are felling their enemies. And unfortunately, 12 Esports might be the next ones to fall in line, but they do have a little bit of cover to play out of. Zeus Esports trying to hold the entirety of the eastern side by themselves. They've got only 2 eliminations to show for it so far, but there's still a lot of ground to cover regardless. There's peak spaces to look out for. And X-Force Rejects also looking very comfortable with the smokes already coming outside and healing that position. 5 eliminations for Reverb, 3 for Shiva, 2 for Baby T. And they are adding to the numbers. They are adding and adding as the game goes on. Rejects X yet to put a dent in that dissolve between them and RJC. The gap continues to extend even further. But there's still a lot of ground to cover. Still a lot of space to look out for. As Paradox tries to get Lucifer back up to speed here, there's a lot of ground for Mercenary Union to use this for. If Hawk can get the grenade launched in the right corner, he might be able to do something here. That's a good grenade, perfectly launched as well, but it's too far out, bounces off the doors, and now that would give another opportunity for Rejects X to hold this on, but he cannot afford to lose anymore. Hawk, can he smash? Can he turn green at this stage and play off the right-hand side? Glixie plays behind him and offers him a little bit of support, but he does have to focus on the rest of the opposition on the other side, and it looks like Reverb will set his sights now onto Zeus Esports. Can he pee them at bay? Can he force them to make a different rotation? Can he force them to choose a different path to make that move forward? Or will Glixie and the rest of the guys from Mercenary Union make that choice for him? Execute, still lurking in the shadows. Still haven't been able to make it into the zone just yet, but they will probably play off that northern side and play a little bit closer to the guys from RJC if they can make the advance. Glixie makes the move again, plays off the right, and a little bit of an opportunity here to force the team to think he's in one location when he's in another. That's a good idea. Execute, getting spotted logic with the sprays, with the DP28. Stable and very, very effective. Paradox outside in the bug. He hasn't moved the muscle. He will not move an inch. He will allow the element of surprise to work through, but he's spotted out. Immediately getting dropped off. Beautiful spray from Glixie. Mercenary Union now, they're finding their level. They're finding their footing. 3 players up, and it looks like more eliminations to bite the dust, and it looks like Zeus Esports will help them clean up the mess. And Rejects X will go back to the lobby. Ugly QZ peeking a little bit too long, and he gets punished for it, but fortunately for him, he will be getting picked up. Zeus Esports have been perpetrating a lot of chaos from inside of this building, and they will not be stopping now. Execute, also looking for a way inside of the zone. They are getting stopped at the gate. They need to provide their gate pass, and it looks like 12 Esports are holding them hostage, but it looks like Mambe is looking for a way through. Blade also pulling up to the scene. Their vehicle's up spot. They might be getting dropped off. Unfortunately for them, the smoke grenade was deployed just in time to hide their intent.
Team Execute here quite lucky. Honestly, that smoke was the saving point. For Zeus Moris, they're having the best time ever. They're watching these fights from the buildings, and they're enjoying every single elimination that is finding their way to them. We only have 5 teams remaining. A chicken dinner is almost ready, and they need to find the owner and enjoy it together. But for now, the teams are finding their way. Team Execute finally going in for that push. Blade, they are quite damaged. 12 Esports getting that knock. Mambe watching from afar. That's trying to get some damage. That's trying to get the cover here. And Master Union is also third party in this fight. Team Execute is not having a good day. And the nade connects as well. And now Mambe, again, having been forced to go do something for his team. DPS and Blade's hand. That's getting the knock on 12 Esports. Taking him back to lobby. 12 trying to get closer as well. Mambe does. A follow suit does go down on his knees. Blade still dominating. And 12 Esports will be going back to lobby on Blade's hands right now. Team Execute is feeling good, but they cannot celebrate yet because RJC knocking on the doors because they also want a part of this chicken dinner. And Team Execute player Blade, the nades are getting closer. They are getting the damage. Blade trying to get composed here, but the nade from Reverb has Team Execute IGL Blade finding his way back to his team and re-strategizing for the next games.
The battle for the top 3 continues to advance as that performance from Execute puts them just within reach of RRAGE going into game number 5. But RJC, 12 eliminations, and now all they have to do is get rid of Mercenary Union and Zeus Esports. But now they do not have the numbers to go against the guys from Zeus Esports, but they are tied on numbers with Mercenary Union. It is all about who makes the right call here. Reverb immediately leads the charge, gets an open space and plays a little bit of behind the ditch there, provides some cover over to the side. Baby T has been spotted, almost taking a headshot there from Ali QZ, but a little bit of a warning for him as his position has been compromised. So he has to make the right calls going into the final third. Zeus Esports somehow making their own rotation over to the other side, coming out of Yasnaya, the play zone, already on the move. If you're not in the play zone at this stage, you will be getting hurt, you will be getting frustrated and flushed. Logic almost getting ripped out of his vehicle, but fortunately for him, he manages to break cover just in time. Baby T pops out of the rooftop and applies some more pressure, but here comes Hawk. Plays off the right-hand side as well. They're trying to take this split into 2. Zeus on the left-hand side and Reverb and RJC on the right. And now Thugger has to decide for himself. Does he want to take RJC first or does he deal with Mercenary Union? It's a tough call. The right call is the only call they can make at this stage. Thugger has taken a lot of damage. He has to think twice about his next move. Shiva plays off the south, providing a little bit of intel to the rest of his teammates. Reverb has secured 6 eliminations. He's looking for more. And Zeus, in trouble right now as Hawk starts to smash. Big sprays with the M416 as he gets him dropped over to the other side. Glixie's in trouble trying to play off the right-hand side, but Faker is struggling to keep it together. Can Thugger get picked up? There's so much chaos and a beautiful grenade launched from Reverb, almost connecting to Hawk, turning him off. And now there could be trouble for Mercenary Union. They're losing out. Ali QZ, 1 HP. He's spotted as well. Takes another hit from Baby. Oh, it feels so sweet right now, the way RJC is moving. South Africa cooking once again. Ali QZ succumbs to his injuries. He's going back, courtesy of the BSS. Trouble again. RJC, 1 by 1, they're dropping the bodies. Zeus Esports in trouble. They're dropping them. Another one. Shiva peeks out. But unfortunately, Hawk is there to cut him at the knees. And hopefully Mercenary Union will be able to do something for Kenya at this stage, but somehow Reverb continues to crawl into the zone. Shiva's picked up, plays off the left. Zeus Esports trying to get their numbers back up. They know that they can only advance if they have the right numbers. Reverb playing off the side. He's trying to keep his team calm and secured, but 14 eliminations is all but calm. They want to do another big bomb. They want to make sure that nobody will reach them. They want to make sure that Reject X will cry all the way back to their homes. They want to make sure that PMGC will be theirs, but they have to win the chicken dinner. They cannot allow Zeus Esports to take it away from them. They were able to do it in the last game. Will they do it again? Baby is there, another spray. Surely puts Mercenary Union back into the lobby. It is all left to Zeus now. Logic still knocked away. They can't seem to get him picked up. Shiva still in trouble. They can't seem to find a way around, but Fabian finally makes the call and goes inside. Reverb uses the opportunity to go for the pickup, and Fabian decides to fall back. 2 knocks away for Zeus. If they can get their numbers up, this might be an even Steven, but it's not looking like that will be the case. Baby continues to mount some more pressure. Another grenade, and another grenade, and another grenade. South Africa, they will not stop. They want the slot. They want the PMGC. They want to take it away. They want Zeus to feel the heat. They want Zeus to crash and burn. Mauritius under pressure. South Africa will not stop. RJC, grenade after grenade, over to the top. Fabian goes down. More and more. They will not stop again. Reverb with another. Shiva plays off the back line. RJC, they run through the left-hand side. Another grenade. Reverb over to the right. Grenade again. RJC, chicken dinner, back to back again.
That is intense. Oh my days. RJC making South Africa happy. I mean, I cannot believe this. second time in a row, RJC get their chicken dinners back to back. And that's what it already. 4 chicken dinners to RJC's name. A lot of love is in the air. Baby, Reverb, Shiva, they're all trying to send some love out there. They want to tell people that we are doing what we came to do here. That is take South Africa all the way to Thailand. It is going to be a dream come true for most of the teams here. But we are yet to decide that. I mean, we are in the 4th game of the day, and already we have a team like RJC. This feels like deja vu, Priest. Group stage, it seemed wild. RJC in group stage were just moving, making their turns, and today seems like Reverb finally came to his, good play. We know Reverb. 8 eliminations to his name, a damage of 1,149, 6 knocks, survival time of 27 minutes. I mean, Reverb there has really put on a fight for his team, patiently waiting, snaking, watching, observing, and finally the eliminations did come to play, and we have him getting the MVP for game number 4.
Reverb, he felt it, and he was absolutely cooking. You know, the last game he was there for emotional support, but this time he was there for physical support. They have a lot of eliminations, and I did talk about that, you know, and they were able to put some numbers in, have a couple of grenade eliminations, 2 legal eliminations, I believe, in the mix. Good game from RJC, though. They look very confident, very comfortable. Once again, dropping numbers, dropping bodies. They look very, 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 very clear-cut in their plans. And I believe the job might just be done. It's now a matter of how far they are willing to take it.
Yeah, RJC have really put up a fight. They are making it so hard for the teams to get to where they are. They're getting the eliminations. They are farming. If you hear me talking about deja vu, this is what started happening in the group stages. RJC suddenly decided we have been laying low for quite some time. I think we have rested enough. So let's now start putting in the work. And it is finally showing. RJC have been maintaining their cool. I took my time to count grenades on RJC's team. Every player is carrying 10 grenades. That makes it 40 in one team. Oh, that's a lot. You've seen how many they've thrown towards Team Unique second time. Last game, did the same thing. Red zone in Team Unique. They come in the 4th game. Red zone in Team Unique. And at this point, Team Unique is not even sure how to react at this point. We have accepted continued red zoning, but RJC well played, well deserved. It was a very interesting game to witness there. EXE Player Blade also did put up a fight, even though he didn't get what he was looking for. That was basically a win. It is also a plus on his side for how he managed to carry the team all the way there. And of course, Mercenary Union almost had the chicken dinner, but then remember, the zone is never your friend. A rotation is always the hardest thing to do. But you can see the grenades here from RJC. It's like they were doing a very simple giveaway without saying it is for you. And we have Reverb there, 8 eliminations to his name. Baby getting 6 eliminations, and Shiva with 4 eliminations. It seems like Nasser and Reverb did do a swap. And this time now, Nasser was the one giving them emotional support, as Reverb was there to support their team. 18 eliminations to their name. It's not an easy thing to come across, but then again, remember yesterday they did the same thing. Did a whole game of 20+ eliminations, so it is quite possible for RJC. And I believe the comment section there are still saying the same rhythm, and that is RJC to PMGC.
28 points to the good for Esports Reject, 12 points for Zeus Esports. Mercenary Union tied in 3rd place with 9 with 12 Esports. 1 band with 8. Execute with 6.
Well played there for the teams. And of course, we know the drill. We want to make our way to PMGC, and you can make it to them. And all you need to do is enter the game and watch the live stream. Stand with your national team and fight for the glory of your country. You could even win a free trip to Thailand to witness the 2025 PMGC finals in person. So PUBG mobile players in the crowd, you're watching this from home, log in your game, you know where we can watch a live stream, watch it and support your team. But as you can see, RJC 145 points ahead. For a team to get to where RJC is, if you're not Reject X, who need at least 30 points, every other team here has to go all the way to double their points to get to where RJC is. RRAGE Esports at 70, well played. Team Execute at 68, 12 Esports at 64, Team Unique at 63, MNU 55, 3 Crowns Esports at 50 points, RC Zeus Moris tied at 49 points each, Zeus Finalboss getting 41 points, the DK is at 40, 1 Band 39, Mo Esports 28, NEONRISING 24, Angry X Moke 17 points. I mean, right now it is becoming quite clear what is happening in the game here, and they are not only leading, but 3 of their teammates are in the top elimination leaders, 27 eliminations on Shiva's name alone. And we have that is Baby and Nasser also finding the way in the top elimination list. From RJC Paradox, I mean, second with 22 from Reject X. And MU player Ali, surprising us every single game, does get himself 21 eliminations for his team. I mean, it is quite interesting that there is a player with 27 eliminations equal to a team's total points as of now. So it's becoming quite clear, Priest, right now. It is becoming really, really, really clear.
GT30 Pro offers the all-day full FPS system solution. The system, including free key components, Mag-Judge cooler intelligently balances power allocation, together delivering sustained peak performance.
In my hands, niko na power ya kuscroll new worlds into life. nikilive 60 lifetimes every hour na mavida za 60 seconds. Ukiuliza what I'm doing on my phone, nitakushow possibilities in their billions. Jusiko hooked to my phone, niko hooked to vile raia imepiga luku. Niko hooked to securing the bag from my sweat. Unachiki my smartphone, hii ni Digiverse, a multiverse. Hapa ndipo mi create. Kila space ina ni real in na baki na stories. So, usiulize what I'm hooked to. Ask what I can hook you up with. Come over. Get hooked to Safaricom Hook.
Welcome back, guys. This is the PMAC 2025. We have 6 games to be played, and 4 already have been played. Right now, 2 games remaining. RGCs, these guys have been dominating each and every little game. These guys, they have been coming in hot. They want all the gold to themselves. They want that title, and they actually want it all, Priest.
They absolutely want it. Oh, RJC have been absolutely cooking, and they finished very, very strongly yesterday. Carry that same energy to today, and that is something you love to see in a championship mindset team. But it's not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup. We have had a resounding number of games, 4 games. We are done with Erangel, brand new map, PTK. We have Miramar up next, and we saw that RJC dominated Miramar yesterday, and now they've been dominating 2 games over to the other side, and that works for them. But now, will they be able to do the same like they did yesterday in Miramar?
I believe they can, because when you look at the composure that these guys are coming in, look at yesterday. They dominated the final games of the tournament. That is why they emerged first. And today, they were able to dominate the games. That is game number 2, game number 3, game number 4. Right now, game number 5, one of their strongholds, the land of the dust, the land of the dry bones. These guys are coming in with all the utilities, all the composure must be 100% in this game. Miramar right now, the land that we all know, the land of the long-range weapons, ARs, that is the M416. But the long-range weapons, that is the Mini 14. We have the Car 98, M24. Those are the weapons of choice when it comes to Miramar. But all in all, you need a good team for you to be able to execute something beautiful, something outrageous, something that will propel your team from the number that you are right now to the top spots right now. RGCs with more than 40 points clear from the number 2. These guys are going to be able to maintain the tempo. Will they be able to maintain what they have already started? 2 games. Miramar right now. What will be happening in this game? RGC Shiva. The man has been very, very good when it comes to the group stages. There's a game that this guy has gotten more than 10 eliminations. And I believe one of the top key fraggers might be becoming one of the top key eliminators in these finals, Priest.
Absolutely right. You know, and he is currently leading that MVP race. So he's one step closer to snatching away that MVP prize. I believe he gets to walk away with the GT30 Pro to advance his esports journey. So we love, big shout out to Infinix. Big shout out to Infinix GT30 Pro. You know, the official gaming phone of the PMAC, the power behind every chicken dinner victory. And here's the exciting part. Everyone here has the chance to grab a special limited time offer. The GT30 Pro is going for only $38.99 cash, and every buyer could win up to $38.99 Kenyan shillings cash back. So don't wait. Rush to the Infinix booth and check it out. And speaking of checking out, more esports will be checking themselves back into the lobby one by one yet again. They have been under siege over these past couple of games. They have been really, really struggling, but it looks like RRAGE want to make sure they stay in the top 3, and you can't even be mad. They are putting in the work. First elimination gets the job done. But now, taking a look at how the leaderboard is positioned right now, PTK, you can see that Execute is 2 points away from a top 3 finish. That is what they are gunning for right now. I believe Team Execute want to finish in the top 3. They want to get at least over $1,000 USD in prize pool money. This might be the opportunity for them to do it.
Exactly that. Every point matters. And X-Blade right now just got a knock. Although didn't get the finish, but every point matters. They need 2 points to get to the top 3. And I believe they can even get more. 2 games, you can garner up more than 40 points if you just lock in. We have the RGCs with 146 points. And these guys, I don't know what is up with the mentality, but they look more composed today. RJC, the 146. RJC Nasir are getting 1 elimination. Neon Baby, oh baby, going back to the lobby. On the hands of the RGC Nasir. We have Shiva with the 1 elimination. And right now the RGC is on the top hand with 2 eliminations as we speak. We have seen the 12 Esports are quite good. They might be thinking of coming with a comeback in this game. But look at the teams. We've seen the Angry X smoke. I don't know what is happening to them, but these guys have literally been smoked when it comes to the first few games. What is happening, please? What do you feel about that?
You know, I mean, physical competitions take a little bit more than you would think. They did struggle a little bit in the group stages, but they did have time, to find their footing. But unfortunately, this is the grand finals. There's no time to find your footing. You either have it or you don't. And it looks like, Neon Rising and Angry Smoke, they just didn't have it. Although, it's all about the experiences. It's all about how much you can, get done, how much you can learn and adapt and get better at the game as it progresses. But as it stands, more Esports also in trouble. Vortex getting knocked away earlier on. And it looks like he might not be getting picked up. Neon Rising actually going for the finish. As OPM does get the drop on his position. He knows that Vortex is knocked away, and it looks like he doesn't want to commit to it, but it doesn't look like Zekro is going to make his way all the way there. His teammate is pulling up into the side, that guy, and a potential for him to do something about this one. Over to the side, 1v1, over to the shot, S12K immediately clocks the first shot. Is S12K against, I believe that's an AKM. He tops right through, Molotov, he guns it through, but unfortunately loses the plot. And OPM is pulling up to the scene, big sprays over to the side, spins him over, and he will be running him through, gets the job done, but not this time. OPM, beautiful drop onto the side and gets the job done. Manages to drop the guys from More Esports into a very, very dangerous predicament now. Looks like Aatrox, will he be able to crash this down? He looks like he will commit. They know they have nothing more to lose. And Neon Rising, will they be able to get their numbers up? OPM and that guy trying to get their numbers up again. They do manage to get it done. Now here comes more Aatrox over to the other side. Just plays off to the left. Jump shot is good, but that guy turns his back to the opposition, almost getting flushed away. Goes for the flush. Surely he will get the job done. Shuts the door. Opening the other side. OPM trying his best to get the angles right, and Aatrox is getting his HP back up, but he knows he's trying to get this job done, and he does manage to do it, and that will be the end of the road. Aatrox will clutch Neon Rising.
Yeah, GG's to the Mau Aatrox, and these begs the question. Mau this has been one of the top maps in the recent games. That is the qualifiers. We have the finals right now, and right now that is now Aatrox just got that good knock. We have the Rushiano from Kenya. This is the Rescue Esports. No need for rescue because these guys, they are the ones that are making that push, pushing. That is the RC Spiky, pushing the execute. They are trying to execute their fellow Kenyans. X-Wash gets knocked by the RC Rushiano. Rushiano rushing in against that fast. One elimination for Rushiano. Spiky makes the push. It is Spiky versus Blade. A 1v1. X-Blade against the... Oh my goodness, Spiky almost eliminated. But Blade also gets knocked while trying to push a Spiky. And that is how a Blade, that is from the team Execute, gets eliminated. As is Spiky with the 0 eliminations. We have Shaki with the 1, Rushiano with the 1, Aura Farming with the 1 elimination. Right now, team Execute, only 2 of the players are remaining. Rescue Esports, that was the GG's to them. We have the 1 man right now singing quite some beautiful tunes. But they are not making the beats because the beats they are getting made by the team Unique Taish. Quite some beautiful spray, but does not get any damage with it.
Big plays from Team Unique though, up onto the hillside. They're looking quite confident with their rotations. No eliminations just yet, but it's a good spot for them to be in. And right now, it looks like they all have their work cut out for them. They do have one band down south. It doesn't look like they will be able to do much from this distance, but there is a lot of ground to be covered regardless. More games, more speed, more aura, going in their general direction. They do have a lot to look out for. Z-Guard keeping the rest of his team up to date on the specifics of where one band are currently nestled south of their position. But right now, it's all still about gathering intel, packing up the loot, getting up your utilities. And now Execute have lost 2 players. Double RG at full strength, still leading with 2 points. Execute cannot afford to lose out. 12 Esports also in the mix here, looking for a top 3 finish. And right now, RJC just looking to cement their performance. And that is one for the books. But right now, you can see that zone over to the south side. Zeus Esports sitting quite nicely in the center of the circle. Mercenary Union also in the south. And you've got the guys from DK in just a little bit closer towards the east of the circle right now. But PTK, do you think playing in the center of the circle is ideal at this stage of the game?
Honestly, I've seen that parties happening for the teams that are getting rushed and pushed at the center of the play zone. I saw that in Erangel, the Donkeys trying to get the push. We have the RCS, all the teams converging at one particular area. So at the central point, if you are at a central point, you are very vulnerable because all the teams, they can get a third party in very quick. All they need is one team to push. Once they push, and that is just it. Because you look at the kill feed, you see players get knocked, the fight is in front of you, all the teams go for those push. And this is just what I've been talking about. 12 Esports, still at a full team, 64 points. We have Team Unique with the 63. So quite some very minute points separating these teams. Looking at the team number 3 to the team number 8, we have minute points, even the Drisses. But right now, Drisses are taking the southern part of the map. As the Spiky gets knocked, a reject Lucifer, getting a Spiky, trying to get the finish, but unfortunately, reject Lucifer, rejected by Spiky himself. Aura holding that northern part of the area. Lucifer in the blue zone. Spiky getting revived. Lucifer trying to smoke the area so that he may leave that vicinity because that location are very, very bad when it comes to the placement and positioning in the blue zone. The blue zone is one of the nastiest things and one of the biggest enemies for the team. But the DK Tony goes for the push. He gets the kicks. 1B Titans down. DK Tony getting pushed, and the 1Bs, they are pushing as a team. They are pushing as a squad. As DK Didara gets the knock, they are coming in hot. They are coming in with the shots. DK Tony gets the elimination. 1 elimination for the DK Tony. DK Dibala is down, and only 2 players from the DKs are remaining. That is Tony and Didara. Tony makes the push. Tony eliminated, and that is how the DKs have just exited the Miramar. You know, sometimes you've got the will to fight, but the will might not be enough. That is what happens when a full team rushes you. You might get knocks, but unfortunately, it is a numbers game, please.
Absolutely right. Could be a big numbers game, you know. The flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing. Unfortunately, it was not willing enough to get the job done for the guys from the Donkeys. Somalia will be heading back to the lobby yet again, unfortunately, but he will be sitting in 12th place. And it looks like Rejects X cannot afford to lose out anymore. Lucifer still under pressure from Spiky and Shaki as well. So they are trying to make sense of all this chaos, and it looks like it is going to be something done. 3 Crown Esports getting their fingers failed with the guys from Mercenary. It looks like RC in trouble as well. Shaki getting caught out from the hillside. And now there will be trouble. 1000 Aura also spotted. More shots sent his way with the Mini 14 with a suppressor on top. And DQZ traded off to catch Merrick sleeping and sends him back into the lobby as well. 1 by 1, they are starting to feel the pressure. Go to the other side now. DQZ setting sights on 3 Crown Esports. They've traded blows. And they have taken 1 apiece. A son for a son. Killer trying to make his way back to his teammate, but almost getting shot out of his vehicle in the process. And Enjoy a little bit too long there, almost getting knocked away as well. Joy, the substitute, finally coming on for 3 Crown Esports. Hopefully he will be able to make an impact within these last 2 games. But right now, Mercenary Union could be their game. They have lost a player, and things might be looking a little bit difficult for them.
Yeah, that is true. Mercenary Union had a very good game. That was in the first game. I saw the game, and these guys were actually dominating. One of their players getting 6 eliminations. That was quite a sight to see. But right now, things are changing. Teams are getting skillful. with those information, with all those intels that they are getting, with the first game, you test the lobby. The second game, you need to test yourself. The third game, you need to be tested. The fourth game, you need to do it all. Right now, Mau Aatrox, we have the Mercenary Union. Alex are going for the Aatrox. Aatrox with the push. 2 eliminations for Aatrox. Mercenary Union getting that. Eliminations. GG's, 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 and a bye-bye to the Mau Aatrox. But Mercenary Union are not just done yet. MU Alkis gets quite some spray. They are going for the push. MU Prison almost got the knock. MU Glizzy is down. 3 players from the MUs are standing, but 1 is knocked, almost getting pushed, almost getting finished. MU Alkiz goes for the push. 1 elimination for the man. We have the 12 Pablo trying to gather information, trying to get the locations of all the other teams. Fights are brewing on. Fights are coming on. Bring on. Are we on? That is what the 12 Esports are saying in this game. 12, unfortunately, with 0 eliminations, but what? It's a numbers game. That is what he said. They are still 4 in their team. And that is all, that is all you need. The last zone, that is where you get the eliminations. The last zone, that is where you get to get noticed. 0 for the 12. But the MUs, they are striking and they are striking hard. Only 2 of the players are remaining. One band have been singing a song that they don't know of because only 2 of the players are remaining. We've seen the bosses, we've seen the angries, we've seen the one band, we've seen Zeus, the god-like features, the men that come in with the lightning, come with the thunder. But unfortunately, things are not looking good for some of those teams.
And it could be looking worse as well. 12 Esports yet to make a dent on the lobby. They still have a long ways to go to chase RRAGE away from that top 3 spot because I believe that would be the objective at this stage. There is only so much you can do to shift RJC from the top draw because they still continue to add the points. They will not stop at all. But right now, Alik UZ, the best player for Mercenary Union the entirety of the PMAC so far, he has been all but consistent so far for the Kenyan team. And now it could be a big opportunity for Mercenary Union to finish above Executes. Now that would be something special. That would be Kenya on Kenya violence because we did see that earlier on, a little bit of a trade-off between those 2 teams. But right now, Prison does have the sight set onto the guys from Zeus. They are playing a little bit closer to the hill, have the entirety of that top draw covered up. But right now, Team Unique, 63 points to the good. They need about 8 points, give or take, to at least have a conversation of that top 3 PTK. Do you think, like you said, it's all about getting your 4 of your players into the final circle, into the final third, so you can increase your chances of getting more eliminations. But then the number of eliminations you can get tend to reduce when you get into the final circle because the number of teams is also reducing. So do you think, for a team like Unique that has the opportunity to get into the top 3, do you think they should start looking for eliminations at this stage of the game?
No. I think they should not go for the eliminations right now. Otherwise, that might spell disaster when it comes to the end. They might go for the eliminations but lose the numbers instead. In a fight, it's a 50-50. You might get the eliminations or you might get casualties. So you just have to choose your fights wisely. If it is going for the push, if it is going for the fights, make it be the third parties. Or set yourself at a very good location when it comes to the play zone so that all the teams that are trying to get to the play zone, you will get them fast. Get those quick knocks, get those quick finishes. I believe that is the best thing that these guys should do because they are under a lot of pressure. Team Unique is under a lot of pressure. With the 63 points, they know. Only 8 points to get to the good. Only 8 points to get to where the gold is. So they are under a lot of pressure and they need to choose their fight wisely. That is just it. I think that is just it. Just choose your fight wisely because that is all you need.
It's all about choosing your fights wisely, like PTK just admonished. Make the right choice, make the wise choice every single time. And Team Unique, it looks like they will be making that choice because they do have Finalboss just up in front. And they are looking like a way to circumvent this. Remember, Rejects X have been eliminated, and that is the team that was potentially closest to RJC, but RJC continue to pile on They continue to beat the opposition down even after they've been knocked out. They will not stop at all for any reason whatsoever. Angry Smoke on the other side, getting forced out of the play zone. We are now in zone 5 with a couple of seconds left to spare. How much time do they have before they have to make the advance? One band playing is 2. They got Sals and Franco working hand in hand. A little bit of a split trying to hold the compound together, but Angry Smoke still trying to get the intel that they need before they can descend into this building, because that is the only realistic choice that they've got. Zeus Esports still sitting quite nicely just up north of Shumasera, and they might decide to hold it down just a little bit longer.
Exactly that, holding it a little bit longer, that might be the best decisions for the one man, for the emus, because the numbers are not on their side. We have the angry aspect. Goals, final balls, right now breathing his last. Final balls, final moment, that was just terrible. Unique frags, and right now, this is what you were talking about, and this is their fight right now. Unique are striking the Zeus final balls, almost meeting their doom, almost meeting their tombs. These are the men trying to survive against the Unique, but Unique with quite some beautiful sprays. On the final balls, only one man remaining in their team. I guess we should call him the final boss. 12 are Saitama, it's Pablo, holding their position in the petrol station. We have the boss, Zeus, 3 crowns in it to get their footing upright. Execute with the 2 players, RRG, Pubg, eliminated by the 3C Wizard, bringing in the magic. Wizard of Oz, Wizard of Note, they are bringing something that we should definitely note. 12, O3 Ace, against the Zeus Fabian. Emus at the center of it all. But the fight happening across them. Zeus Fabian trying to spray the area. It is all about those long-range weapons. We've seen the SLRs, we've seen the Mini 14s, what they can do. We have the RCs, they were eliminated with the Mini 14, one of the most beautiful, and that is X-Force Rejects in a fight, Reverb, reversed, eliminated and taken to the lobby. Unique Legacy striking rounds, striking right now. They are coming in hot, 2 eliminations already, and the RGCs. Only 3 of the players are remaining with 3 eliminations to their side. Unique frags goes for the push. 3 Cs, 3 crowns, bringing in the jewels, bringing in the gold, bringing in the push. They are coming in hot. 3C, enjoy this. This is the man that is bringing it all. Enjoy getting that elimination. 3C Quilla trying to hold his position, trying to make the push. Quilla goes for the revive, tries to get the wizard. Quilla. Angry Espet are still down. RRG, Slazy. 3 teams in the area. Slazy in a fight. MLK, Casino. These are the Angry Esports. Angry X-Smoke are fighting against the RRGs. 3Cs on the other end. They were on the receiving end, but right now they just got the revive. As we continue, these are the teams that are chasing the gold. These are the teams that are looking forward to be bringing the gold.
Angry Smoke losing out to 3 Crown Esports there. They did have their focus split out a little bit there. They hurt their process. But unfortunately, they will lose out. RRG were the ones to cost them a little bit. It looks like a Zeno is trying his best to keep his team calm here. There's a lot going on in this silo. The Ruccini is still around. Palavala still knocked away. Unique still continuously putting the pressure on RJC. They will lose Nasser in that exchange. Unique starting to feel more like themselves here. Baby T over to the other side. He has been spotted though. His position has been compromised. Z-God probably wants a piece of the action as well. Baby T hops in and Shiva will be getting flushed. And is down to just 1 more. Baby T, how far will he take RJC into this game? That's a beautiful grenade from Quilla over to the top, but it doesn't connect. Casino and MLK will try it on, and Logic gets the drop on, but I'm not sure they're aware that he's been knocked away. Another opportunity now for Quilla to advance, but I believe Quilla knows that one of the guys from Angry Smoke has been knocked away, and he does go for it. He steals it away. Casino getting crushed away by Quilla. Quilla can do 1v2, and he does do. Straight over to the right-hand side, swap through Quilla. Clutch play from 3 Crown Esports. They snatch it away. Angry Smokes smoked away, put up in a pack of cigarettes, and unfortunately that will be the end of the road for them. 3 Crown Esports will send them packing.
4 eliminations for Quilla. Quite some good push. Executed. And Team Kenya has been dominating, but this game, this has not been the game. with only 1 point to their name. These are the top 8 teams. We have the RJCs, only 1 man remaining from the team. RRGs, 3 of the guys. We have Unique with a full team. Full team and 4 eliminations to the name. 12 Esports are still with a full squad. We have the 3 crowns, MUs, Zeus Esports, and finally we have the 1 band. So these are the 8 teams. So right now, this is where the placement points start counting. From 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, and finally what the teams all want, that is the 10 points are for that chicken, a juicy dinner. Unique Legacy, 1 elimination, has been going in hot. Kaish almost getting eliminated, 0 HP. Unique Kaish almost eliminated. What was that spray? That was one of the most beautiful sprays that I've seen. Quality headshots, quality body shots, and was almost breathing his last. 5 teams in the same area, all going for that chicken dinner. Zeus, Fabian, we are the 3 Cs, all in the same vicinity, all in the same location. But who will be able to dominate this area? Who will be able to dominate the ridges? When it comes to Miramar, you just have to have the higher ground. Once you have the higher ground, you might call all the shots. And Priest, for all the teams that are remaining, what do you think might be the best tactic, might be the best skill that these guys should use so that they may be able to at least secure that chicken?
Well, it's all about hanging out in the right areas. And I could say the same, but unfortunately, Quilla has been snuffed out by a grenade there. It's all about staying, in the right positions. Right now, Zeus Esports look like they are in the right position, playing off of the high ground. And Baby T continuously applies pressure to RRAGE. Slazy getting slain. And now Baby Zane, Baby T getting dropped off by Kaish, but that was something special. He just pulled off. And the baby's on the scene. They are absolutely cooking one after the other. Unique looking very strong with 5 eliminations and 4 players up, and they have a lot of zone coverage. They have a lot of bases under their grasp. If they can work this through, RRAGE, this could be an opportunity for them to edge themselves a little bit closer to our
And we are officially back for Game 5. And I am waiting to see what is going to be changing now. I mean, the teams are ready, and we are ready as well. We are going into the map that is Miramar. And we know how it goes in Miramar, PTK. We know what happens.
Miramar, disappointing, encouraging, the best map, the worst map. It just depends on where you land on the map. It just depends on where you are when the play zone starts shrinking. So Miramar, guys, one of the best maps. Yeah, I think that is my best map. Yeah, so we are going to be restarting the game. That is game number 5, Miramar. So I hope you guys are ready for this action, are ready for what is going to be going down, because this is it. Miramar, 5th game, and then the final game. So this is basically the second last game. That is for the PMAC 2025.
We are almost coming to a close for PMAC Grand Finale. It has been a very interesting weekend here in Nairobi, Kenya. The teams have been cooking and we have been enjoying chicken dinners. But we only have to crown one champion who will be making their way to 2025 PMGC. And not just that, of course, they will be enjoying a very, very tasty prize pool. Depending on your position, when the game comes to an end, you will be getting a portion of it. And of course, everyone will be crowned a winner. And as usual, we do not know what to expect. We have teams that have been dominating. We have teams that have been leading. And it has been very interesting that a team has already carried 4 chicken dinners, and their MVP has enough eliminations to match a team's total points.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, I was looking at that table, and one word, that is, oh. How is this happening? Day number 2, we've seen a shift in things, but not in the table, because these guys, they have been the ringleaders from the day number 1. Right now, day number 2, they just came in hot. How can you get 4 chicken dinners? The RGCs, or the RJCs. It just depends on your, can I say your preschool teacher? Yeah, GJ. It depends on what you see, but these are the RJCs.
Yeah, RJCs are making South Africa very proud right now. And I believe every country as well, they have been able to make their way here. They have played qualifiers, group stages, and now they're here in grand finale. It is not an easy thing to do. The ride has been quite heavy. But we have teams that have made their way here, regions that have been represented all across Africa. And it's time for Africa to be seen in PMGC. I am really excited for that, but all you have to do is wait for Miramar. The last 2 games will be Miramar, pure dust, pure action. Only the best will be taking the chicken dinner with them and finally being crowned champions of Pubg Mobile Africa Cup. Now, PTK, we're almost starting game 5. And I won't ask you to predict a team. But yesterday, last 2 games, RJC got 2 chicken dinners.
Yes.
And that set them apart. And now coming in today, they have done the same thing. 2 chicken dinners again. So is it possible, and it's back to back, just like yesterday, is it possible for RJC to give us the same type of game these last 2 games?
Honestly speaking, it's a 50-50 chance. It's possible, but I don't think the other teams are just going to let them sail through. I don't think the other teams will let them even get near that chicken dinner. Right now, most of the teams will be going to the hot drops because they need those extra points. They need the elimination points as fast as they can, and they need the placement. It is better to have 2 remaining players in a squad that has 10 eliminations than to have a full squad with 40 players remaining in the last zone. So most of the times, and I think in this game, teams will be going for those hot drops. We have Pecado, Leos Leones. We have a very, very, yeah, I didn't even know that we'll see teams landing at the southern part of the map. But I see we have the Neon Finalboss, the Neons, they are going to the southern part of the map. We have the 12 Esports, so 2 teams holding that southern part of the map. We have the MUs going head-to-head with the rejects. we have the final ball securing Puerto Paraíso. Yeah, quite some awesome and good names when it comes to Miramar. I believe Miramar is the best map because it has Africa. We've seen the barren lands, and I think these just at times make us relate to the game even more. We have Sanhok, we have Miramar, but I think Miramar has all the introduction. It has the camel. Did you see the camel? I've seen people using the camel at times.
Yes, it has been made quite realistic here. We know how PUBG is making a very inclusive game here, from the Masai Shuka to the camels, everything. But as we talk about that, we have RC taking on an early fight there. Zekro being knocked, and Thirsted RC securing the first eliminations in the game. But we can see some teams as well are engaging in a fight. A team like 12 Esports is down a player. Team Execute is down a player. Shaki there has been taken back to lobby, and Blade does go down, and now Reject X are looking to remove RJC from where they are right now. Mumbai trying to get the cover on his teammates. Team Execute being dropped one by one, and now only one man remains standing. That is Swashi playing it safe, lying by the grass here, waiting for Reject X to move away from where they are and maybe continue securing maybe some placement points and a couple of eliminations for his team before the game comes to a close. It is expected early fights do take place. Reject X securing early eliminations, getting more points than any other team so far, which is a good look for them. But for teams like 12 Esports and more Esports, already one of the teammates is down. Team Execute down 3 players. And Swashi, being the last man standing, is not a good look at all for Team Execute. But at the end of the day, these things are expected in any competition. There will always be a person falling victim of the early fights. Yeah, Execute had a very fast day. Can I say magic? They had that magic for today. This is not the expectation that they were waiting for. No, this is not it. Execute right now. Only one of the guys is remaining. The only other team that has a casualty, that is Mau Esports and the 12 Esports. For the ring leaders, that is the RJCs, still at a full squad. You have the Rejects full squad with 3 eliminations. And I think they might be going for that title race, although they need a lot of points, more than 50 points at the moment. 20, we have, that is the 12 Esports, we have Unique Esports. Unique Esports, I believe this is the map that they call home. I've seen them play in a couple of games, and these guys, they never let go of players. If they get the knock, they get the dust immediately. If they get the push, they make sure that is the push that they want. Not a 50 by 50 if the Unique push you on the map. It is a 70 with 30 percentage. So Unique Esports right now on the radar because once their best map, so these might be their time of reckoning, their time of shining. The 3 Crowns Esports from Nigeria have also been quite good when it comes to Miramar, but I'll be looking at it to see if these guys will be able to perform the same magic, the same maneuvers. We have the 12 Esports going at the center. We have the RCs, 12 Ades making that switch. Unique Cash all eliminated by the DK20, and I believe you have a fight. That is the Donkeys versus Unique Esports. Unique Esports losing 1 player to the Donkeys. And the Donkeys, they are bringing in the kicks. They have started the strikes. They are doing exactly that, and we have Mo Esports, RC taking on some casualties. Roshano being taken back to lobby now. RC with just 3 players remaining. RC and they have 1,000 aura does go down. And of course, Aatrox will be making sure to confirm that elimination. Demonic passing by the buggy. It does get closer, and Spiky with his teammate that will be forced to do something. Sharky and Spiky will be forced to carry their team all the way to victory if it means holding it out and waiting for Mo Esports to go away. But then remember, Mo Esports as well has a lot to put in, and they need to get their points up. I keep on reminding you that there is a prize. And if it means getting to a certain position, get to it. But then Spiky, amazing sprays there. It does just send him all the way to his knees. And now Mo Esports, Aatrox trying to go in Vortex. So he's trying to go in for that push. Spiky is aware that they're getting closer to him here. Sharky is not even that close. Demonic does get spotted by Spiky, but then he does take him down. And now Sharky, 1 man from RC, trying to go in for that push. But an amazing cover from Aatrox. And the first team does go back to lobby. Early zone fights, biggest pain in any game.
Down on their knees, praying and begging for mercy, but unfortunately no one is coming to their rescue. Rescue Esports eliminated from the game number 5. They have 50 points. Only 5 points. They only needed 5 points to get to the 7th position. That is where Mercenary Union are with their 55 points. Aswash, the last player remaining from the team execute. We have the MUs. Mercenary Union going against the Aswash. Positioning is very, very critical. That is the thing that these players are going for. Get to the play zone. Don't stick to the blue zone. Shiva, no shivering. Getting the DK. Huncho getting Shiva. And we have a fight. The DKs are going on head on with the RJCs. The RJCs are not joking. But Shiva was down. Shiva eliminated, but not dusted. Right now, Shiva dusted by the DK Huncho. The donkeys are striking. Striking. They are coming in hot. Donkeys with their donkey kicks, with their teenage kicks. They are coming for the RGCs. RGCs, baby, are trying to hold that position. Trying to get that Highland. RGC reverb reversing Dybala. Dybala. Trying to survive the DK Huncho, the last player remaining in that vicinity, but the DK is only 2 of the players are remaining. DK Tony right now fighting again. Oh my goodness, DK Tony eliminated. We have the DK Dedara who was trying to get the save. The vehicle is burning, and so is he. He's having a hell lot of a fight. The DKs just met hell. This is not hell, but this is hell for them. RGCs are no joke. They got 1 elimination, although they lost one of the key players. That is the RGC Shiva. But the RGC Reverb getting knocked and eliminated. DK Didara made that flank. How successful was that flank? I thought that he was escaping, but mind you, I think I was wrong. He made quite a beautiful flank and he's going for the push. Deidara, the donkeys, Somalia watching, are going for the push. Deidara going for the push. He almost got the knock, but Deidara very, very low. But the RGC baby bringing in the milk for Deidara.
That was an amazing play there from RJC baby. Still hoping and jumping just like the Maasais here in Kenya. Wearing the Maasai Shuka is doing a good thing here for RJCs, and they are not stopping there. They will be going a little bit closer there. DKs are taking River down, and RJC is not having a good day so far. They have the numbers, they have the points, they are in the first place, but as you can see, DKs are doing everything they can to make sure RJC goes back to lobby. 1 player remains standing. Baby watching this fight from afar. Hancho being quite aware of his position. Reverb counting on Baby right now to do something. Otherwise, Reverb will be going back to lobby. But then Hancho feeling confident with the push here, trying to get a flank there. Baby, amazing damages on Hancho, but he does not manage to get that knock yet. The flank here will be making it very, very tricky for Baby. Hancho getting closer. Baby waiting patiently. The ball is down. Baby being distracted. And the donkeys take down Reject. That is Esports Reject RJC. And as they finish that fight off, we have 3 Crowns Esports. Merrick, third part in the fight. Slazy taking Dybala's elimination from the RJC. And I mean, everyone right now is confident. Everyone is playing it a little bit aggressive. They want to be the ones taking on the fights, taking on the eliminations. They have nothing to lose anyway. They have just been there knowing that this is our time to play like we usually play. The tension is slowly decreasing, and you can see the teams are no longer playing any more safe games.
Yeah, the teams cannot even play safe, because why would you play safe and you need the points? Just go for the third patches, just go for the push. But the RGCs, they were confident, or rather a bit too confident. They made the push to the, that is against the DKs. They pushed the DKs, but unfortunately the DKs were waiting and ready for them. RGCs meeting their demise, back to the lobby. But 1 game left. Is this just it? And right now the door is open for the Reject X. Reject X with a full team. They have 3 eliminations at the moment. They need to get that chicken dinner for them to be able to close down the gap that has been set by the RJCs. Right now, 52 points gap. I think they can make it, but I think they need to do more than they are doing at the moment. They need more eliminations, they need more placement points, and they need to get in the game. MU Alkes gets knocked. MU Hulk going for the smash, but unfortunately, No one's home. Lucifer. Welcome to hell, my boy. MU Hulk going for the push. This is the man. Alkis goes for the push. He wants the man. He wants the mid. He wants the legend because he is the man that is going for the push. But unfortunately, gets knocked. Hulk at the moment needs to make that cover fire. But Alkis met his demise at the hands of the Hellboy. This is the reject. Anos, the rejects are going for the push. They have the eliminations right now. They have the numbers. 5 eliminations for the rejects. Pushing one member from the MUs. Hulk, smash. Hulk smashed indeed. MU Hulk out and about. Back to the lobby. 1 man remains for the MUs.
Prison there will be forced to do something about this. Reject X seem to be taking advantage of the fact that RJC is all the way back in lobby. They only need 2 games to close that margin. RJC will be staying at the same place for a while before this game comes to an end, before Rejects decide that we are wiping the whole lobby. You can see the confidence in how they're going in for that push. They already have 6 eliminations to their name, and they're still going and they're still farming because they need their points to be working out. 12 Esports getting closer to Rage Esports. Rossini is quite feeling safe right now because no one was there where he is. But for 12 Esports, Saitama getting spotted, trying to smoke out the place. Bala trying to get some damage on Saitama, but he'll be going away. The smoke finally comes to play. He has a chance of retreating, going to his teammates who might be able to basically make it easy for him to get the rotation happening. 4 teams like Team Unique, PTK has mentioned that Team Unique, they are quite good in Miramar, and RJCs have already been taken back to the winners of Miramar yesterday. Now Team Unique might just be able to secure their long-deserved title as the Kings owners of Miramar. But as they do that, Rage Esports are trying to engage in a fight right now. There are sporting teams everywhere, but I like how Reject X is really taking advantage of the fact that they have a chance of making it to RGC slot.
Yeah, right now Rejects fighting against 2 teams. That is the 3 crowns and the 1 band. 1 band. Some of the players have been taken back to the lobby. 1 band singing a tune that they are very, very familiar with, dancing to a song that they don't know of. 1 band. One of the players is down, getting pushed and pushed hard. We have the 1 band Titanos, 1 band Franco. Franco. Right now getting that sync on. Franco down. 1B Starboy trying to be that man. Is it him? Is he him? Starboy leaving the area. He was going for the fight. He was thinking about it, but unfortunately at times you just know when to pick the right fights. 1B Starboy. 2 of the players are down. Franco, Sal's eliminated. Fighting against the Zeus Esports. Zeus Esports. The crown jewel. These men, they are no joke. Mauritius has been watching. 1 band right now. Reject Paradox is down. 3C Quilla gets the knock. Reject Lucifer getting the 3C. Enjoy not enjoying. These are the moment. Enjoy the lobby. 3C Quilla. The man that have 4 eliminations. We have Quilla, WBG from the 3 crowns with the 1 elimination. 1 of the players is down. Reject Thanos gets eliminated. We have the 3C Wizard knocked out the vehicle. 3C Merix is down. 2 players from the 3 crowns are down. 1 eliminated already. Quilla is the last man standing, and Quilla needs to get to the play zone. Don't pick a fight that you are losing. And Quilla very wise and knows that.
Quilla retreating there is the best thing right now for 3 Crowns Esports. The DKs find their way back to lobby as well. With now 11 teams remaining in the game, it is going to be interesting to see what is going to be changing. But for 3C, numbers of players are being dropped 1 by 1, and it's going to be very hard for them to catch up with the numbers being so little. More Esports now, they are waiting. And Demonic being quite damaged. We have the players getting closer to their teammate, but as you can see, Angry X Smoke is quite close to them. They will be trying to get something happening here, trying to get some eliminations. And as they do that, we have 12 Esports lurking around, waiting for an opportunity to be able to get some eliminations to their name, because 12 Esports so far has been able to maintain their position. They are in the top 5. They're looking for more chicken dinners. They did secure the first chicken dinner today and might be looking for more, but the Natrox does find his way down, and we have Angry X Smoke player Aspect will be forced to go closer. But then Team Unique immediately using this to their advantage and still in that elimination from Angry X Smoke Aspect. More damage towards his side. Team Unique He's playing quite safe right now. Mo Esports getting closer. MLK getting quite some spray towards him. He's getting spotted by Demonic. He's on every single angle, and he does get MLK down. Now Angry X Smoke needs to get the revive. But when you look at MLK, Demonic is making sure that that will not be possible. Angry X Smoke is finally trying their best to go up the leaderboard. They have been having a hard time so far, but what counts is that they made it here and they're still putting an effort, regardless of the position that they are in. Angry X Smoke is really putting a lot of work.
Mau Esports, the Righteous from Mau Righteous, they are coming in hot right now with the 6 eliminations, but we need to look at the rejects. These are the men that are chasing the RGCs. They have 101 points at the moment. 9 eliminations at this game. Are they really closing the gap? Are they really up against the RGCs? Are they really going to get that #1 spot? I think they have a chance. They have a shot. Neon are rising right now, trying to rise to the top. NRPL Season 8 winners are trying to do something special, trying to bring something special in the game, in their frame. They have the Angry Aspect. We have the RRGs. Madagascar has been watching. They still have 1 elimination. We have the Bows with the 3, 1 band. Neon rising with the 1, Angry X Smoke with the 0. RRAGE have been on that strike. They have been on the radar. Angry X Casino. We have the Angry Switcher trying to switch the area, trying to switch into an apartment, but unfortunately still in the open. Reject Lucifer right now. This is hell. Welcome to the Holland. Miramar. Lucifer eliminated and taken back to the lobby. Even Lucifer is not safe in this game.
It is unfortunate their Rejects X have been sent back to lobby. But yes, it is going to be quite interesting to see how this changes. I mean, RRAGE Esports right now is standing at the top of the table for the team surviving so far. Madagascar watching this are quite happy, but then they have to maintain the same position to at least make it to the top 2 or even the first place. But as we know, only 2 games remaining, and changing what is already happening will be a very big stretch on the teams. But anything is possible as long as you work towards it. But as you can see, 9 teams are still standing. And we are yet to know who is going to be getting the chicken dinner in this game. Rotations are coming to play. Zeus Finalboss played it a little bit safe here. They are playing by the edges of the zone. They're waiting for people who will be making late rotations and maybe try and get at least some eliminations along the way. One band being quite close here. They are also really, really close. And Zeus Finalboss is aware that there's a team and that is a one band. And they're waiting for them to make a move. And finally, we'll have them getting closer. Neon Rising still holding the compound. 1 player is in lobby. That is 33 Baby. And Mo Esports is close to them as well. The zone is about to close in. And the fight will be taking place. Team Unique third party. But Baby is damaged, but not really down yet. He has some time. Demonic will be spotting him. He's trying to change his location. Quite open here. Mo Esports is by the edges. They will be watching. If they see an opportunity, they will be taking 1 elimination with them before anything changes. But then Angry X Smoke, 12 Esports, who right close to them. Pablo played it safe. Line in the room here. And Angry X Smoke is not sure whether to go in for that push or not. But we said if Neon Rising does one small mistake, they will be getting exposed to more esports. One of the teammates, Boss, is down. And Bobby will be waiting as that guy is also getting closer to him here. They're trying to get to their teammate Finalboss to get the revive. Sometimes it is never that important because more esports is waiting. They are watching, and Demonic will be getting some damage on Neon Rising players as they try to go in for that revive. It is a very, very, very risky situation for them now. And what they need to do is focus on the next rotation.
Exactly that. They need to focus on the next rotation because right now the zone is at the stage number 5. We've seen games go to the stage number 8, one of the most lethal stages. And I think once the zone at stage 8 gets to you, you cannot even heal. Even with a good and that big medkit, there is no time. You just have to be in the play zone within the stipulated time. Right now, the zone shrinking in 15 seconds remaining for that zone for us to enter. That is the stage number 6 of the play zone. Angry Casino from the Angry X Smoke. Angry X Smoke still with 3 players. RRGs have been very, very confident in the game with their 1 elimination, with their 4 full squad. 12 esports, unique, still unique in their way, still unique. One of the most rare people that I've seen in the game. And I believe I saw the unique Madman, one of the key players in this game, one of the key fraggers, one of the key eliminators. But unfortunately, I'm not seeing him at the moment. But unique, they are proving to us that they've got the team. It's not about a single player, it's about the whole team. Strategy, skills, how they move, how they dance in the game, that is all they need to know. Angry Casino are making that push at 12 esports days, getting the mouth demonic exercise. 12 days goes for the push. Mao, Otex, that is the Vortex, trying to spin around, trying to hold himself behind the tree. But he does not get seen. Final boss getting the 1v Titan, and we have the push. Final boss goes for the push. 3-man army, they are going in hot, and the one bander just found a new song, and they are not the ones that are singing the song. God's final dose, our final boss, they just got the final elimination for the one bander.
It is unfortunate there for them, but they have to keep on going. Rage Esports still standing. They're still holding a very solid position. 12 esports, they're trying to take on more esports, but then now Zeus Moris as well. And Angry X Smoke is not yet done. Rage Esports are part in the party. Rusini are trying to get the nades to connect your Logic. Another team here is cooking, and the nades are not stopping. Logic is basically in a red zone right now. It is quite a habit for the teams here to make a lot of red zone parties. They are making it quite hard for teams to even think it through. A lot of noise and a lot of dust being thrown towards their eyes. But they're still surviving. At the end of the day, we have Team Unique here trying to take on NEONRISING. Still holding the building here is Frags. Shotgun in his hand here, thinking about whether she's a molly or a shotgun. NEONRISING also calculating, are we going to be going in for that push or not? But then Frags is not moving a muscle and waiting for NEONRISING to get closer. That guy right beneath them, waiting for a chance there. He's down. It seems like Zeus and Rage have finally encountered each other. And Zeus Moris have been eliminated, and now immediately is lazy. He goes in for that push, and Angry X Smoke does get eliminated as well. 5 teams remaining. NEONRISING, same building as Unique Esports. There is a team as well coming in. That is 12. Oh, we have Frags. They are being knocked, and now Zgod with Legacy. 2 players remain standing. Zgod waiting patiently. The push is finally there. Saitama, that gets spotted. Amazing damage, but then Zgod is unable to get that knock yet. He is going to be waiting again, but then his location has been compromised. Going in for that push, amazing damage on Pablo. He does get the fast knock in, but then luckily Saitama, it has come to the rescue, and we have 12 esports. They might be looking for a second chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness me, 12 Saitama. That was GG's. Right now, the final team, that is 4 teams remaining. RRG Madagascar is watching. We have the 12 esports, we have the bows, we have the NEONRISING trying to rise to their moment, trying to get that moment. They are going for the push, healing up. They don't care. They are going with the DBS in hand, with the nades in hand. Frags. They are fragging in hard. They are making that raise on count. They are going in for the chicken dinner. Neon, 12 Pablo, hold his position, avoiding the footsteps, holding the outer end of the area. The location not compromised, but they know that he is there. Neon final balls trying to smoke the area. They need to leave the area. They need to enter the play zone because the zone is shrinking, and is shrinking very fast. 12 seconds remaining. It is a battle worth watching. It is a battle that we have been waiting for. The 5th game, 5 out of 6. And this is the second last game. We have RRA final boss with quite some beautiful spray, getting quite some damage, but unfortunately 0 knocks. Final boss, Zeus. 3 players remain from their side. RRG 75 points remaining. They need 25 to get to their number 2. We have 12 esports. RRG boss and Neon right now. That is where the points are. They are booming. They are filming. It goes the top 4. That is where the most points are. get the number 1. We have the 10 points, get the number 2. Final boss is down. RRG slays at the final boss. Final boss eliminated. Slazy does not even wait a second. He does not even flick. He just gets that elimination and gets them to the lobby. Neon final boss, they are making the push. 12 Pablo is down, and the 12 Esports Saitama. And the 12 days, they are the only 2 players remaining. They try to get that revive, but unfortunately the fight is still hot. The 12 Esports are right now receiving hell, receiving shots, trying to get the safe zone, trying to fight against the Neon Rising. Oh my goodness me. They go at DBS versus DBS, back shots, front shots. They are receiving them all, but the 12 Esports, they are still standing in strong. Saitama 3 eliminations. Saitama, RRG coming for the dark party. RRG from the north part of the map. Saitama, the 12 Esports still rising in hot. Neon rising to the lobby. Saitama. 12 Esports, Cairo final boss, RRA final boss. They are coming for the final knock. Final boss, Zeus are here. 8 eliminations already for the team. The final fight.
I mean, it is going to be a very interesting day. 12 Esports securing a second chicken dinner will be another good day for them. But as you can see, the final boss are really putting on a fight here. 12 Esports, they will be forced to make their rotation, and Rage is still in the building. They are looking to make their way to the top 2 slots, and so far so good. They are still surviving. Ara being spotted by 12 Deaths. Rage Esports coming from the back and now Lazy. They will be trying to do something here for 12 Esports, get at least some eliminations and take them back to lobby. Ara trying to get the P-Fires towards the shark there, getting nothing. But then his teammate Kairos does get the fast knock, and as Lazy, it does stop Ara from engaging in that fight. And now it is going to be basically the hardest day for all these teams. They need to get that chicken dinner. 10 points guarantee for only a chicken dinner is very much good. 12 Esports player, that is Des and Saitama, holding it in the middle of Kairos and Rage Esports. Kairos trying to make the rotation. The damage is quite good from Pew Pew, but then he makes his way into the safe zone. 12 Esports not moving a muscle. Ara, finally his teammate does get close. The Rage Esports, they still engaged there. Ara is down. Of course, they will be taking him back to lobby. And now Kairos trying to get the rotation as well. He will be feeling a little bit more damage. But for Bala, he's not letting him slide. 4 players from Rage Esports still dominating. 12 Esports still in the same shark. Pew Pew not sure what to do now. Goes into the bag. He does get the rotation happening. Zeus Finalboss are ready to dominate in this game. They are ready to finally get their chicken dinner. We haven't seen them getting a chicken dinner yet. They're probably going to be looking to get it, but it is going to take a toll on them to be able to do that, because the Rage Esports is not backing down from this fight. No matter the situation, Rage Esports is making sure the chicken dinner is theirs.
And right now they have the numbers, they have the positioning. 4v2v1. Rage Esports, are you going to get yet another chicken dinner? They are going on. This is the final boss. Kairos final boss, the only remaining player from his team, gets a 12 Saitama. Saitama eliminated, and that is just it. 12 Esports are out, and this is a 4v. What just happened? That is just brilliant. Rage Esports bringing in the Rage. One of the greats. These guys, they are coming for the chicken. They are coming for it all. No wonder these players are a star. Brilliant, just brilliant from them. This is a mark of a man that has been inspired, a man that was motivated, cultivated, trained for this exact moment. And when the moment finally rose, these men just made sure that strike just connected. RRG making that chicken dinner come home. 5th game, and these guys, they are game.
I mean, Rage Esports, Madagascar is happy. Madagascar is proud. They are doing quite a number in this game. They have been able to get at least another chicken dinner, and I believe it is going to be giving them an amazing, amazing jump in the overall ranking. Their way through it. Just the chicken dinner, they even got the MVP of the match title, and that is RRG Slazy. 5 eliminations to his name, a damage of 581, 4 knocks, and surviving a total of 27 minutes in total. I mean, Rage Esports, amazing plays, amazing calls from the IGL. It has finally paid off, and that will be changing the overall ranking for Rage Esports.
And that is just what you need to have. You know, the higher the ranking, the higher the prize. 59 eliminations in the game. We had the 14 accurate headshots, and for the longest distant elimination, none other than the MVP of the game, that is the RRG, slaying. He came for the game, and right now they are praying. Airdrops looted, we have the 2 airdrops looted, we have 1 grenade elimination, and for the vehicle eliminations, we have the 0. These are the highlights, and these has been the action that has been happening in this game. It has been quite a game executing the first game in the first fight. They stood no chance. They tried their best, and unfortunately, that was just 8 for them.
RRAGE Esports maintained their cool, did take their time, and finally they have been able to get their very well-deserved chicken dinner RC going out quite early in this game. It is unfortunate for them, but they still have to go because one more game will be the determinant for that team that will be making its way to PMGC. All they need to do is remain in first place by the time the last game comes to a close. And for the teams that have been putting in the work, it is also going noticed, and everyone can see the work in every single team. Just that there can only be one winner, and only one team will be making its way to PMGC. So let's just wait and see which team that is.
Yeah, this is an opportunity to all the African esports players. Right now, this is our moment. They have all been coming in for the action, but unfortunately, it is all boiling down at the top. Who will get that top spot? Who will get that PMGC, who will be getting that PMGC slot? We had quite some good fights. Unique, they had tried their best, but unfortunately, you know, your best may not be the best in the game. We have players that were executing each and every position. They were taking chances. They were taking those fights all in, all hot. They just got the eliminations, and this was the final blow. And that is how everything just blew up. That was amazing to see. And for the winner chicken dinner, Slazy still on top with the 5 eliminations. Quite some damage from Slazy. He got the 4 knocks. And we have the RRG Rushini. This man, 3 eliminations, GG. So this was a team fight, because if you look at Pubg has 0 eliminations, but look at the damage that he has.
He has done a number in that game and has been able to help the team secure a chicken dinner. Looking at the overall result here for this game, we have RRAGE Esports securing 19 points in total, with Boss getting 16, 12, 10 there. A couple of the teams have not been able to get good points from this game. When you look at MUEXE, have not been able to secure any points yet from that game, and it is totally okay. One more game to go. And looking at the top players, there's Lazy leading at 5, Rashgad at 2nd with 4, tying with Kairos, who's at 3rd with 4 as well. Itrox coming in 4th with 3 eliminations, tying with Lucifer at 3 eliminations as well. It has been a very interesting day here for game number 5. The teams have really put up a fight, and RJC 147 points to their name, and now Reject X the 101, 46 points away. That will be a very, unless they decide to wipe the whole game. We'll wait and see. RRAGE for the 89, 12 at 74. EXE 68, Unique at 67, Boss with 57, Zeus at 55, tying with MU at 55, 3 Crowns at 52, RC with 50, the DK is at 45, One Band 40, Mo 35, NEONRISING with 30, and Angry X Smoke at 20.
Right now, every point matters, and as you can look at the total points, just minute points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right now, for the elimination leaders, we have none other than the RJC Shiva. 28 elimination in, that is 6 games yesterday, 11 games. Paradox with that 23 eliminations. Baby! Not needing the milk, but bringing the milk to the table. 2 eliminations. We have Alkis with 21, and finally, Rush Code with the 20 eliminations. But one thing is quite clear. The RJCs, they want it more. But with 1 game remaining, are they really going to hold on to that number 1 position. So guys, we shall be taking a short break, but we are coming back for the final game up next. So see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025, and we are still live from the beautiful city of Nairobi, Kenya. It is still Priest on the mic, and I'm joined by Mitch. Game number 6, or rather game number 12. The last game of the PMAC Grand Finals, and it is looking quite interesting. We just saw a RRAGE chicken dinner, well deserved. That puts them in a very interesting spot to take that top 3 position.
Yeah, I mean, RRAGE has really worked, and they have finally been able to show that they deserve to be the country, that the team, that represents Madagascar. They are the only team here from Madagascar, and they have not disappointed. They have done a really good job so far, well played, well structured, and we have enjoyed it. But we can only have one winner, one slot to PMGC, and there's a team that is sitting comfortable because they're sure after this game, they will be carrying the trophy heading to PMGC.
Well, only one way to find out, and the only way to find out is to get into the plane and get into the lobby and start making those bullets fly. Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile action at its finest, and we are about to lock in Miramar for the last time in the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup. Who will take the trophy home and be crowned the kings of Africa for the first time ever? The road to PMGC is paved right here in the city of Nairobi, Kenya. Who is it going to be? Would we see something absolutely incredible from Rejects X, or will we see RRAGE pull a back-to-back chicken dinner, or will we see RJC stand on business and eliminate the two teams that are chasing them inside of this leaderboard? Well, this is the only way to find out how. Action, action, and more action, Mitch.
Yep, RJC will have to do something about Reject X, RRAGE Esports. They are coming for that slot, but it'll take a lot to be able to move RJC. They are sitting good, and it's going to be a very interesting last game of the day and the last game in PMAC, when we'll be closing it and finally crowning that one team that will be representing Africa as a whole in PMGC. You can see by my smile that I'm excited. Whichever region makes their way there, finally Africa will be sitting good in PMGC for the first time in a long time.
Well, you're absolutely right. History is about to be made tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup, the Grand Finals, match number 12, the last game of the PMAC. We have come from the online qualifiers to the group stages, and here we are in the Grand Finals. Who will be crowned Kings of Africa? We are about to find out in Miramar. 16 teams, 64 players, all lined up with the GT30 Pro in hand. Who will come out on top? We are about to witness greatness. And right now, playing path is solid from El Azahar, cuts right through the middle. In Minas Generales, La Bendita, Los Leones, Chumacera, Minas de Valle de Mar, Minas del Sur, and Prison very much in the mix. We've still got Pecado, the Graveyard, Palgrave, Monte Nuevo, San Martin, Hacienda de Patron. The options are endless. Where will they choose to land? You can see Final Boss already heading towards Tierra Bronca, uncontested, so you know their rotation is going to take a little bit of time, but they will have a lot of utilities as they are the only team on that northern side. But going into this game, I would be gobsmacked if RJC somehow do another chicken dinner.
Oh, you're looking for another chicken dinner from RJC? Well, we'll have to watch till the end of the game to know if that's going to be possible or not. I mean, RJC have really, really amazed a lot of us here, but they're not the only team. I mean, when you look at 3 crowns, they have dominated a couple of times. Just at the chicken dinner, it's just not liking them this time. But it's totally okay. It does happen. The name still sticks. And RJC is doing something quite different. They are not taking on any early fights. They are actually gliding away from the fights to come back later. As other teams are already taking themselves out, one band already, a teammate is knocked, might be taken back to lobby as well. Zeus Moris, their Fabian, waiting on a chance to get another knock on one band. It is going to be a very interesting day again. We have been shocked from the beginning, and now even as we close it, we will still be shocked because the teams are preferring to take on early fights. But so far, so good. Zeus Moris is unable to confirm their knock here, but then they are down a player. Thugger has been taken back to lobby. Another thing, we are not sure if it is a good thing for them, because Zeus Moris is representing Mauritius, and it is going to be a good time for them, even if they do not get a slot in PMGC. Making it here, representing your country, it is more than enough, and still tasting the prize pool makes the deal even better.
It absolutely does. But don't you forget, for every single point, the prize shifts. From 3rd to 4th place, from 4th to 5th, even from 5th all the way down to 10th, the prize pool changes. Every single point you earn adds a little bit of money to the team account. So take it as a bounty. Every elimination you get is equal to a certain amount of bags secured. So add a couple more eliminations, and you add a couple more bags to the inventory. So put that at the back of your mind. The prize pool is already set, but how much of that prize pool are you willing to take? This is all up to you now at this stage. One band looking for a way through. Zeus are locked in, but they have lost Thugger. Grenade tossed right through. Doesn't connect, doesn't get the job done, but they will try another opportunity. Nice shots with the Mini 14 from that guy. But they are trying to set their sights on RJC here. This would be a very interesting way for RJC to go out. But again, it doesn't look like they will be going out with a Winchester. Baby, the next one to go down. NEONRISING once again on the receiving end from RJC. Reverb somehow managed to get a shot away with a Winchester. That is like a low-budget car 98. And he still managed to get a knock away to show you the level of the skill. Untouchable RJC. Once again, 2 eliminations at the expense of NEONRISING. Time and time again, they turn this around. And they will be going for the finish. That guy's position has been compromised, and they know that he's already there. Shots already flying through from Nasser. And he does get the knock on. They have decided to crash the party. And they want to get this done with the quickness. Here they come. Immediately first shot, but he does get the first one dropped in. Might decide to get the drop into the corner. And before that guy will leave, he will take one of RJC back into the lobby with him. And Rejects will be playing as 3 going forward.
Yep, there will. Nasser is still, telling, I think today Nasser and Reverb decided to switch places. Reverb is doing a number for RJC, and we have Nasser being there to give him the support that he needs. But as you can see, Zeus Moris, they have the 1 burn right next to them. Titanus is down. 1 burn. In this game have not been having a good day. Zeus Moris has really made them ask for that, well, Mossy, but they're still really putting a number on the 1-band team. They want to take them down as well. And Faker is waiting for Franco to go in for the revive. That's what him. Amazing sprays. And Franco will be surviving that deadly spray from Faker. Sals does go down as well. And our Zeus Moris is taking players down 1 by 1. The 1-bands are now 2 players remaining, and Faker is not stopping there. He wants to continue with the same tempo. He wants to take on a whole team and the team to get more placement points together with the elimination points. And 1-band will be going back to lobby to join his teammate Titanus. And now Franco, avoiding this fight, immediately takes onto his vehicle and retreats. And Faker will be using this opportunity to get some utilities up here because they have not really looted meds and nades. They're all missing in their bags. So they should really focus on how to get more before they can engage in another fight. Franco still getting the rotations happening. It is going to be interesting if he decides to stay, or indeed does. And now Franco will be trying to help his teammates. Watching the fight from the roof will be a very interesting thing. But as you can see, their team Unique trying to take on another fight. DK is getting closer. They'll be taking on that fight as well. Starboy waiting for Faker and his teammate to make a mistake. I'm not sure if they're aware that, but Franco and his teammates are waiting patiently. They want to hit the element of surprise and get a few eliminations to their name. Team Unique with the rotations towards Los Leons. They do not have any fight coming towards their side. You can see how the teams are taking on the fight. Everyone is thinking it through. Even though it is the last game, they want to ensure that they have enough points to enjoy something before we can call it a day, a weekend, and a night for PMEC.
Well, it looks like 3 Crown Esports, they can feel the pressure here from More Esports, setting all the way towards the Monarch, and they immediately run him over with the QBZ in hand. And Joy might be getting knocked away there. Aatrox trading off Zekro. A little bit too much for him. He's 1 HP trying to escape the distance there. 3 Crown Esports with a clear opportunity to decide on how they want to close this down. Big opportunity for one of these teams, but it looks like it is going to be one or the other on the other side. Quilla going up against Zakro again on the first shot. He missed the first one over to the right, and unfortunately will not be the case. Quilla turns it around immediately and gets the job done. And that will be the end for Zakro, and Wizard pulls up to the scene to get reset with his teammates. And now Aatrox, it is all left to him. He has sprayed a couple more bullets over to that side. Quilla heads up north to get his HP back up, but that was very dangerous. for More Esports going up against 3 Crown Esports there, but it looks like Quilla was able to get the job done just in time and escape the danger. Zeus Esports, on the other hand, they're trying their best. Faker tried to spray through, connect the first shot, and Uzi will clap this time around. Zeus up to 4 eliminations. One band going back into the lobby, the play zone circling up in Los Leones. One by one, the teams are starting to reduce. Unique are starting to add their numbers. Ali QZ from Mercenary Union setting his sights now on Shaki from Rescue Esports, but they traded off. Tony from the Donkeys also wants a piece of the action as well. He gets a trade-off, and 3 Crown Esports finally putting the final nail in the coffin for Mauritius team, More Esports, and that will be the end of their journey. They will not advance any further, and a big opportunity for NEONRISING to climb above.
NEONRISING needs to take this opportunity at least to go a little bit more higher, get a little bit more steps into the leaderboard. But as you can see now, Team Unique trying to take on the Donkeys. Hunter, they're receiving a couple of nades towards him. Kaish is down, and of course Zigod needs to think about this right now. His teammate Kaish has been confirmed, taken back to lobby now. Legacy. Yesterday, Legacy was on a streak, but today, Dybala's grenade does take him down, and now Zigod will be forced to go closer, do something on DKs, but the nades keep coming, and Zigod is not moving anywhere until he gets at least one elimination. RRAGE Esports at part in the fight here. He does take this advantage, takes them down. Dybala will be knocked, and the Thasted Zigod getting distracted there, and does give his back to his opponent, and now DKs finally are able to get eliminations to their name. They are down numbers, only one man standing. It is going to be a very hard time for DK. But at the end of the day, all that matters is which position will they be when we come to a close for today's game. So for 13 teams still remaining, it seems like the teams have decided to relax there. The fights are happening back to back. Every side of the map has pure chaos, because everyone is ready to take on anything that comes on their side, as long as it means them getting more points and maybe move a little bit higher at the end of the day.
Rescue Esports, be confident. They're a man short. We're going to think about it going forward, but very, very comfortable. They have secured one elimination, but here comes double RG. And there is a chance for them to snatch away that top 2 position from Rejects X. All they have to do is keep up the pressure. They have secured 3 eliminations already. All they need is a little bit more to finish strong enough to snatch it away from Rejects X. 12 Esports also in the mix. Team Unique falling to the wayside. They will not advance any further. Execute, have a clear-cut path to get into that top 4. They were top 3 at the beginning of today's games. Now they are in 6th. Hopefully they will be able to find their way into the top 2 again. Blade managing to escape the danger. For the meantime, it looks like a Logic from Zeus Esports still knocked away. Doesn't look like he will be getting picked up. And 1,000 Aura trying to make quick work of Rejects X here. This is a team that cannot afford to lose now. Paradox turned his back to the opposition, immediately gets burned. And now Rejects X might be in a little bit of trouble. Paradox again falls to the side. He has been sent back into the lobby. Rosciano making sure. Rescue Esports on the front foot here. Mercenary Union getting chased down as well. Rejects looking for a way through. Turning around, Lucifer can't seem to find a path that guarantees him some level of protection. He will have to make a little bit of a U-turn and put himself into a better position, and the rest of his teammates. They are swiping through though. Probably going to run into the guys from Zeus Esports. Fabian up front. And up front and central, spins outside. Lucifer does not hit the gears. He turns the back to the enemy. And he circles inside. They will have to make a rotation here. Execute on the right-hand side. Blade plays up a little bit closer. RJC with a sideline. Rushmore getting dropped off. If he's not careful, immediately hits the deck. And now Anos playing it a little bit closer to him over to that left-hand side. Big spray from Blade. And it almost spelled curtains. Zeus go out as well. They will not advance. An opportunity for Finalboss to climb over them. 3 Crown Esports as well. That's a beautiful grenade from Reverb, and they will not be stopping anytime soon. Rush God, now the victim, he goes back as well. 5 eliminations for RJC, and they are still putting the numbers up. They are still extending the gap, 152 points, and they will not be hitting the brakes anytime soon. Shakir trying to escape the bullets from Rejects X, and Lucifer trying to make quick work of him. They're down to just 2, and the pressure on those top 3 teams will not yield.
RJC is really doing a number. They're not ready to let go of their position, and they're continuing to bridge and make that gap bigger and bigger by the minute. And now Mercenary Union taking on a Rescue Esports. Gleazy waiting for Spiky and his teammates to come out of the building and maybe get a knock here, trying to use a sticky bomb at least to get some damage on RC. But what he doesn't know is that the teams are not even that close to the doors. RJC making their rotations around where we have MU and RC, and they might be engaging in a fight sooner or later. But for RC, they need to finish this MU before another third party comes and joins them. And we'll have another repeat of what 3 Crowns experienced while they were in Erangel. But then 3Cs are no longer feeling the same pressure anymore. This time they're lucky. MU waiting on RC. Ali with a nade on his hand. We know how Ali has been doing a good job so far for Mercenary Union, getting the eliminations, keeping the team cool as they try to get their way up the leaderboard. A nade coming from Ali. It will not really connect because the nade has just been thrown to cause some tension, and it does go in, but then no damage on either Ashiano or his teammates. But then Ali will still be looking for that chance to go in for that push. They need to finish this because now Rejects X are closing in on them as well. And they want to be amongst the top teams, so why not take on every elimination that comes their way? Beautiful grenade, but then it doesn't really land on Spiky, and his teammates will be trying to go away from this fight. The rotation will be taking place, and as they do that, RJC is also going towards NEONRISING, and there might be a fight here sooner or later, and I cannot wait to see what will be transpiring. RJC will be able to get another chicken dinner because Chris said that he thinks RJC will be giving us another chicken dinner.
Big shoes to fill, but they are the only ones who can fill them because they are the owners of the shoes. Angry Smoke on the other side, putting the screws to Rejects X, and Rejects X unfortunately falling one after the other. They are opening the gateway for RRAGE to take second place away from them one by one. One elimination at a time. Remember, is a bag secured. You climb up the leaderboard, you climb into some money, and this is a perfect illustration of how much pressure these teams are potentially under. Mercenary Union trying to maintain that top 10 position as it stands. Currently sitting on 56 points with 53 for Rescue Esports, just outside of the mix. And there could be more to cover the ground with. Lucifer finally spotted out, and that will be the end of the road for Rejects X. Now, can they hold on firmly enough for RRAGE to get the job done? Baby peeks out and immediately gets punished by Final Boss. Shiva up onto this side as well. Wants a piece of the action. Traded off. Ara takes the first shot over to the other side. Big shots again from Shiva immediately. Burns him out, and that will be another drop. And Rusciano, not lucky enough, he also gets dropped away. Spiky trying to make a run for it, but he's spotted and immediately uprooted from his vehicle as he goes up in flames. And now Rescue Esports down to just a solo man. It's 1,000 aura. Mercenary Union smell blood in the water. Prison already making an advance for it. Plays him up onto the right. S12K falls out of short, and that right through the corner. Ali QZ makes sure the job is done. And Rescue Esports back into the lobby. They go out in 11th place. Mercenary Union solidifying a top 10 finish.
They're doing a good job so far. They are ready to dominate, and it is looking good for their team. Mercenary Union finally playing and living up to their name. They have been given a big name here in Kenya, and they need to live up to it. But as they do that, they have at least 8 teams to go against before they can be able to get another chicken dinner. Ara cooking up a grenade, looking for it to connect, but then it doesn't really do the job. Reverb being aware of Ara cooking up a nade. He will be going in for that push, and final boss player Ara will be pushed there by Reverb. Amazing damage and got Z, and he goes in for that push, and we have Reverb taking on the players from Zeus Finalboss by himself. And I'll keep on saying it. It seems like Reverb, when the games are coming to a close, he decides, I've been supporting this team emotionally. I think it's time for them to do the same for me.
And it's time to get active indeed. Reverb. You can feel the bullets reverberating in the heads of the opposition as he sends them back into the lobby one after the other. Final boss have met the real final boss, and that is Reverb. And back into the lobby, they will be asking themselves, are we really the final boss? Or is Reverb the final boss in human form? Well, 12 Esports, on the other hand, trying their absolute best to hold this down. They have had a fantastic campaign in this last day. All they have to do is see it through. No eliminations just yet. It is not the ideal start for a team that's trying to stay up ahead of the opposition here, but it's not the worst start either. 92 points for RRAGE, 3 Crown Esports with 4 eliminations so far. Playing it a little bit closer to the vest there. Quilla plays over to the eastern side, just above Wizard. And there is a lot of ground to cover as we head into stage 6 of the circle. The play zone is already on the move, and it's forcing these teams just a little bit closer, inch by inch, time after time. But right now, Mercenary Union, 4 eliminations to the good. RJC still very much alive. Reverb carrying them through. The placement points have now started to look very, very enticing. Every point is a bag secured. They know this at this stage. They know the points matter right now. And a top 6 or a top 5 finish would be very, 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 very ideal for any of these teams that are currently sitting there. 3 Crown Esports, Mercenary Union, Team Execute, they need more. They need a whole lot more if they want to make something happen out of themselves for this game. But right now, Elite QZ with a sight line over to the south side. They are playing quite comfortably. They will need to make an advance a little bit closer to the last touch of the game.
I mean, Ali is another Reverb, but for Mercenary Union, he's really putting in the work there for MU. 3 eliminations to his name, just one man, has been doing a good job so far for MU. And as we talk about good players, we have Blade as well, has been putting in the work for Team Execute just to make sure his team does go all the way up to the ladder. And it means him, as the IGL, being the best performer, he has done exactly that. Now 12 Esports dominating their way as well. They have been surprising us today. They have been doing a good job. They have been playing it safe, getting the eliminations, getting the chicken dinner, and they've made their way to the top 5 slots. Looking at RRAGE Esports as well. Another team that has impressed us, 2 chicken dinners in a row. For today, if they had put up the same energy yesterday, then maybe things would have been a little bit different for them. But as you can see, 3 Crowns Esports, they will be forced to take on a fight. They have NEONRISING basically beneath them. That is Bobby, and they'll be waiting for Quilla or Wizard to get closer to him, but then they're not thinking about that. Wizard is cooking up a nade. He does try to do something here, but then the nade did not cooperate, and now Quilla will be trying to go in for that push. They know there is someone beneath them. They're trying to get the nades to work. It does get the damage, and Wizard, Quilla, they both go in for that push and finally take on the last player from NEONRISING. 7 teams remaining. And we are about to say, may you have a safe travel to Thailand PMGC. I am excited, Priest. I'm too excited.
Well, excitement is key here. RJC, one step away from glory. One chance to be crowned the one. 12 Esports looking to break inside the top 3, but they need to get a chicken dinner to make that happen. Pressure on all sides, Execute as well. They need a chicken dinner also to break into the top 3. Pressure on every single team, on every single player at this stage. The placements are going higher and higher. The number of players are reducing. And Angry Smoke are down to 2. Switchy and Aspect, the last 2 left for them. Trying to keep themselves in the game here. But there's only so much they can do with the utilities they have left. Execute also making a rotation from the western side. Running through. Mercenary Union looking comfortable. Playing in a little bit closer. Glixi with a spray from Tequila, and that will be the end of 3 Crown Esports at the hands of Mercenary Union. Kenya rising again. Now it's Execute and Mercenary Union tied in 6th and 7th place.
I mean, Mercenary Union is really trying to do a number. Team Execute, they're getting nades towards them. Oh, Prison does go down. The nade from Blade is cooked to perfection. And now Mercenary Union, that is Hulk and his teammate Ali and Glixi, will be trying to get closer. Blade looking to get on another knock here, cooking up another perfect grenade. It might just connect, seeing how good he's trying to get them towards Mercenary Union. Glixi really close to his teammate Prism. The revive is quite impossible, seeing how many grenades are coming from every single angle. Prism still getting low on HP. Ali getting damage as well. At 12 Esports being sported by Angry X-Mux Swichu, getting a spray and on them, and we'll be going in for that push. Angry X-Mux down 2 players. Aspect and Swichu being the last player standing, they have what it takes to at least move their team a little bit higher. But for now, the chances are getting slimmer. 6 teams remaining. It's going to be a very hard battle to finish through. EXE Blade still looking for that grenade. Prison just got revived, and as they did that, Reverb does close in. Does start going for that push. Ali cooking up a nade, and Reverb will be going back to lobby. That will be it for RJC, and Mercenary Union will be going in for that race. They know that all they need to do is just get the placement points. All they need to do is make their way a little bit higher in the leaderboard, get something good out of this, even if it is not victory. And for Angry X-Smoke, they will be looking to do the same as well. 5 teams in the game, 12 Esports still standing. Today they have outdone themselves. RRAGE Esports have outdone themselves as well. But as you can see, the change will be around the 3rd place all the way to the 5th place. That is where everything might just shuffle after this game.
Well, shuffling is right. Saitama and the rest of the guys from 12 Esports have a plan, and it is time to stick to that plan. They're running into RRAGE. RRAGE need a chicken dinner here to finish in 2nd place, and immediately 12 Esports are getting battered to the side here. Big deciding moment for 12 Esports. They're getting clattered on all sides. They made a miscalculated effort, and they might not be able to deal with the guys from RRAGE at this rate. Over to the side, Routini gets the clutch, and that will be the end of the road for 12 Esports. They crumble out and execute a Mercenary Union with a big opportunity to close this down, but here they come again. And Mercenary Union, they want this opportunity. There's a big chance for them to turn this around. Hawk plays off the left-hand side. Pew a little bit closer there to provide some sort of cover. Plays behind the smoke lines, and Hawk immediately with the smoke. Palabala goes down. RRAGE in trouble. Mercenary Union, they smell blood under the water, and it's a big opportunity now for them to close this down and close this out and potentially snatch away a chicken dinner, but Execute, they're lying in wait in the background as well. Pew surely knows that he has a job to do here. RRAGE, they might be getting stopped. They might not be allowed to get into that top 2, but Pew might have something to say about it. He gets the first drop. The beautiful shot with the S678, shotguns in hand. Hawk trying to get away through. He's been heard, he's been spotted. Another grenade for quick measure over to the side, but they know that they need to make this happen. Another grenade has been tossed over to the corner, but he has no opposition. He plays through, takes the first hit, over to the side again. Another shot, but unfortunately not this time. Mercenary Union rising to the occasion, and now it's a big chance for them to get a little bit closer to that top finish.
I mean, what an amazing play there. Unfortunately for Pew, he was surrounded. Team Execute was watching this fight, and they were able to get some damage on him. But then luckily for MU, this landed on their feet, and they were able to take all that elimination and make their way up the points. For now, 3 teams remaining, Angry X Smoke, Mercenary Union, and Team Execute. Quite close in the points system. They will be getting a lot of points along the way. One chicken dinner might just be making a difference at the end of this game. But then so far, Angry X Smoke, the most improved team right now. When it comes to the last game of the day, so far they have been able to make it to top 3, good placement points, 2 eliminations to their name. They are looking quite solid and might be jumping a little bit higher in the overall ranking. So well played here for Angry X Smoke. For Mercenary Union, trying to get some space towards Team Execute here. They have the numbers for Team Execute, only a trio with the players from Mercenary Union having a full team on board. And things will be a little bit crazy right now. The games are about to close and Team Execute needs to go up the ranks. They need to be up there to be seen. Mercenary Union as well. 2 teams from the home ground trying to find their way to victory. And as you can see, Team Execute trying to look for a way to go in for that push. Mercenary Union closing the road. There is no crossing. And the only way you will do that is on our knees. And we are yet to see if that's going to be the case. Angry X-Mo player Aspect waiting patiently. Hulk is down. Blade leading that first knock. It will be that signal for EXE to go in. And Blade goes down as well. And now Mercenary Union, they know they have leverage. They know Team Execute is down. Numbers, Ali immediately taking on the vehicle. He will be going in for that push. Prison looking at Swashi right now, looking for a second knock here. Prison being exposed and Swashi does get that knock on Prison. It is getting hot right now. The teams are fighting because that chicken dinner, it will be a game changer. And Sweetu does come in for the fight as well. EXE not resting at all. Aspect trying to cook up a nade here, looking for a Kobe. And they'll be cooking up those nades. The Team Execute needs to be careful. The nades will be coming from every side. And we have Swashi being taken down. Aspect immediately confirming that knock. Team Execute here feeling the pressure in the middle of 2 teams. Aspect's grenade might just be the splitting thing here. And we have Shakid going down there. Blade being forced to do something here. Swichu trying to go in for that with Blade playing every single angle. And Blade, unfortunately, Team Execute, they have been eliminated. 2 teams remaining. 2 players from Team Execute and and Ali will be going in for that push. Ali, grenade in hand here. Aspect being exposed. The nade will be cooked to perfection. Ali needs the numbers. Glixi going in for that push. Aspect being quite low. They are coming from every single angle. And we have Aspect is down. Sweetu trying to get the sprays on Glixi. The sprays are in here trying to get another knock. But I mean, Mercenary Union, that chicken dinner is so close. And Ali goes down. Sweetu tries to go in for that push. Glixi will be eliminated. And the winner, chicken dinner, just left Kenya and went all the way to South Africa for the second time. Amazing plays there from Angry X Smoke.
I mean, I gotta respect it. Chicken dinner in the final third, ladies and gentlemen. Angry Smoke getting the job done. And it looks like that chicken dinner may have just skipped them from last place. And they finished just above Neon Rising. It looks like that is just the job they may have done. But I'll take it over to PTK. PTK, what is the energy on the stage?
Woo! Woo! That is what we call action. That is what we call persona. That is what we call aura. Aura farming. They came in the house. They dominated. And right now, they know. You know. That is what we call a game. And guys, put your hands together for the number 1 team from South Africa, RJC. Yeah, that is what we call action. That is what we call dominance. They came for the game, and right now they are the game. PMGC, we are watching. PMGC, we are here. South Africa dominating the game. RJCs, they did that. They made sure that that was just their game. They dominated. They came to the house. They saw the house. They knew it was full, but it was full of the names. RGCs, Shiva, baby. They came for the action. They came for it all. Right now, they are on the stage.
Last year, and I can't stop saying thank you. This is probably the best team I could ever play in, and thank you guys. You guys are family to me, man.
Woo! And that is the leaders that are talking. Right now, PMGC is waiting for them. So guys, we have a surprise to the fans. So they played a very good game with the Infinix GT 30 Pro. Right now, we are going to do the lucky draw. We are going to make that lucky draw. So all the devices that they used, each and every device that they used, we have 4 devices in total. We shall be giving them to some of the lucky people in the funds. So they are going to be choosing some cards. Whichever card is chosen, they get that device. So I hope you guys are ready. Please look at your serial numbers. Look at your card serial numbers. Each of them is going to have one shot. They are going to choose one card, and all the devices might be yours. So guys, let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. They are choosing the cards. Whoever is chosen, that is just 8. So guys, the card number 1, that is 00176. Please look at your card, 00176. If it is your card, kindly step forward. 00176. They will all be getting that Infinix GT 30 Pro. Yeah, for the card number 2. For the card number 2, I hope you guys are ready. 00637. Kindly get to the stage. 00637. Yeah, 00637. And for the people that are in front, please kindly step back. Yeah, 00637. Yeah, card number 3. Serial number 00193. 00193. Kindly step to the stage. Yeah, for the final card, I hope you guys are ready. 00584. Zero zero 584. Yeah, so you'll be receiving your devices. So kindly be ready. But for now, the champions, you can take a seat. Yeah, the champions can take a seat. Yeah, for all the winners, kindly step to the side. You will be getting those Infinix. And guys, we've had the movers, we've had the shakers, we've had the movers, we've had the shakers. They have played the game, they have come for the action, they did it all, and they made sure that they won the game. And so please, help me invite. So we are going to be starting with the MVP of the game. We have the players that are getting the most eliminations, key people in the game. So for the MVP of the game, the award, the check shall be presented by none other than the Vice President of Infinix, that is Benjamin Jiang. And guys, for the MVP of the game, that is the RGCS. Shiva himself, and coming in to get that MVP check. Shiva. And Benjamin Jiang will also be giving out the check for the third place winners. Yeah, for the third place. For the third place. For the third place. For the third place, I know they know themselves. I know they know themselves. So after the third place, the second place, and then finally the first. Yo guys, do you know the third place winners? Do you know the third place winners? Do you know the third place winners? Who are the third place winners? Who are the third place winners? Who are the third place winners? Third place winners. Third place winners. RRAGE. ASTRANOVA. So guys, put your hands together for the third place winners. Yeah, guys, these are your third place winners. GG's to them for that awesome take. Third place with that $1,000. GG's. And guys, a round of applause, man, as they go back to the seats. And for the second place, the one that will be awarding the check, that is the head of regional publishing at Tencent himself. That is Vincent Wang. And for the second place, they came with the jaws of steel, and they are still in the game. They didn't get the number 1, but guess what? They got the number 2 spot, and these are the Rejects X. Yeah, Rejects X, everybody. They play some good game. That was quite some beautiful skills. Yeah, GG's. Quite some awesome scenes. Quite some awesome show of things. And guys, for the first place. So the man himself that will be giving out the award, that is the producer of Pubg Mobile, Rick Lee. And for the first place, from the Cape of Africa. They came in hot. They came for the fight. They came with the might. They are the men. They are the gents. These are the RTCs, the Expos rejects from South Africa. Yo guys, round of applause! Woo! That is PMGC right now. They are celebrating PMGC as sports secured and it is theirs. So see them at the global stage. So GG's to them. RJ says they did an awesome job, and that is the trophy that they are going to be taking home. Yeah, GG's, GG's, GG's. That was some awesome game. A show of might, a show of fright. We had everything that we have been looking for. And guys, that's a wrap of an unforgettable tournament. That is the PMAC 2025. What an incredible journey. We've seen clutches, we've seen skills, we've seen people celebrating, we've seen people frowning. But that is the beauty of the game. You might win, you might lose, but unfortunately, you know, we only have one winner. From upsets to respect. That is all that we have been waiting for. Massive congratulations to the winners. That is the RJCs for that awesome win. But guys, we would not have done it all without the support of the Infinix mobile with their gaming device. That is the GT 30 Pro. A big shout out to all the casters, to all the players. A big shout out to all the organizing team. A big shout out to everyone that made this happen. PUBG Mobile, big thank you. But guys, these would not have been possible without you guys, without the fans, everyone that has been here online, everyone that has been here at the LAN. Thank you so much for all these great support. So guys, I have been your host. That is the PTK, a young black. But don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man Young Black. So see you next time.